figured out. So with that, we'll go ahead and start the meeting. I guess I got it. There you go. And so one thing I want to say before we start anything else is Jesse is no longer with the division. He has found him another position. So y'all will really have to bear with Barbie and I trying to get through this, and we're going to do our level best. So with that, we'll start off with a moment of silence and a pledge allegiance.
So, Sammy, is it taboo to tell us where Jesse went or whatever?
I don't know where he went. I just know he got another position.
He said he could not handle Commissioner calls anymore. He had to go.
So I want to remind everybody about conflict of interest. If anybody knows of any conflict of interest, if you say something now. If not, we'll move on. Okay. And we'll get Barbie to do a roll call.
Chairman, do we normally wait till it's up on a screen, or I just go?
Go right ahead.
All right, I'm sorry.
Will.
Commissioner Blanton.
Here.
Commissioner Kloss.
Here.
Commissioner Gardner.
Here.
Commissioner Hopgood.
Here.
Commissioner Millette. Here. Commissioner Rader.
Present.
Commissioner Roller.
Here.
Commissioner Service.
Here.
And Chairman Corbett.
Here. All right, with that, we'll do approval of the minutes.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All right, Doug's approved and A second.
Okay.
And so then we'll go to the chairman's report and
remind me what I'm supposed to do.
so you're going to discuss any, just briefly, that you've had letters sent in and online comments, and remind everybody of their and
comments that we received were emailed by Jesse to you all, I think night before last, and that should be in your email. If you don't have that accessible, or if you need it printed out, we could certainly do that and hand that out to you. As far as the ethics training, there are a couple of things that need to be buttoned up, but mostly we are ready for that. As far as the proposed meeting schedule for 2026, your August meeting is in Raleigh. It's currently scheduled the 19th and the 20th. Anything else?
I think that's good.
Okay, good.
And that's the ethics thing is different from the special interest thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Ethics is you'll go online with a training thing that you fill out.
Which is different from the
Right.
What are you invested in? And that
Right, right. Yeah, that's the statement of economic interest.
okay.
Okay, so with that, we can go to the director's report, and all the pressure's off Barbie and I.
I doubt that. All right, now we're going to start off a little bit different. This time we've got some staff reports that we're going to start off with. Trish Murphy, I'll get Trish to come up and give the update on the red snapper EFP.
Out of the boot. So is this on? Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I am Trish Murphy, and I am the Executive Assistant for Councils and represent the division on the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. If you guys remember me in February on crutches, that I presented to you guys the North Carolina application for the red snapper exempted fishing permit. And North Carolina, along with all the southern states, have applied for that exempted fishing permit, which I'm going to call EFP. And the reason being, if you all do recall, that the nobody's very happy with the federal management of red snapper. You only get 2-day seasons. You have really high discard rates. I mean, for the most part, the rest of the year is all discards. And this discard are driving this fishery. So we've also got a lot of industry push for state data collection. So the states got together and we just decided, okay, we'll all apply for exempted fishing permits. So on May 1st, we all received our exempted fishing permits. And what these permits do is they exempt us from the harvest limits, they exempt us from the season, they also exempt us from the annual catch limits and accountability measures. And what it allows us to do is we can have a 62-day season starting July 1st to August 31st. It will be hook and line gear only. Bag limits and vessel limits were set through the EFP, and this is for private rec and charter. It's 1 fish, 1 red snapper per person per day, 4 per vessel, whichever is more restrictive. And then on the head boats, it's the same thing, 1 fish per person per day, with a vessel limit of 20, whichever is more restricted. DMF will also be providing weekly landings that have been reported to us. We will be doing progress reports, and there will be a final report at the end of January. So to participate in this EFP, everyone needs to report their harvests and discards, and everyone must have a copy of that EFP. So based on whether you're private, rec, or for hire, there's going to be 2 different ways to participate, report your catch, and receive that EFP. And I want everybody to remember these data, they're coming directly from you, the rec. It's not an MREP estimate, so they're coming from you. And this is going to be the first step towards trying to test our real-time monitoring and data collection, and hopefully, get us to that future state management. So anyway, I just wanted to stress that it's basically mandatory for this exempted fishing permit to report your catch. So for private anglers, you will need to register for the vessel app, and this is being supplied by Bluefin Data. It's not quite ready yet, but you can go ahead and register. Then the app is being paid for by Yamaha Right Waters for the 3 states. So South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia are all using the same app. And so this is going to be an application that you can use on your phone, your tablet, your computer to record your trip information and the number of red snapper that are kept or discarded. And all you have to do to get there is to go to our website, and you'll see at the top, big red snapper, click on that and go down. There's some drop downs that will be how to participate, and there what I just explained for private anglers will be right there, and then you can click on that vessel site link. And there you will set up your account, verify your account, and then you've got your own personal account for that. As you'll also have a link, so when the app is ready, they'll let you know when it's ready, you go download it. And then the EFP, there'll be a link to your EFP that you can download either to your phone or hard copy so that you have it on hand. For hire guys, it's a little different. They are not going to be reporting through vessel. They will be reporting through their typical formats, the Seafire if you're charter, or the head boat survey if you're head boat. There is one requirement to participate if you're for hire, and that is you need to have held a 2025 South Atlantic Charter Headboat Snapper Grouper permit. That's for the whole calendar year 2025. So you need to have that to qualify. And the reason for that was really just to constrain effort, so I avoid like a run on the permit, because it is a pretty inexpensive open access permit. And so you'll need to contact DMF to get the copy of the EFP. You will need to continue reporting. As I said, the reporting is the biggest key on this EFP. You'll need to continue reporting your trips through CFIRE or the headboat survey. Clients do not report. I've already got that question. Your clients don't report, you report. And so similarly you can go to our web page and click on how to participate, and all that's explained just like I just explained. And there's a form there that you can fill out, an online form, and you will attest that you had the 2025 federal permit as well as your valid licenses and permits. So we'll get that, verify your 2025 permit, and if you have it, you'll be approved. The other thing you need to remember is you may be approved, but you're still going to need the appropriate for hire licenses to fish, and you'll need that 2026 permit to fish, at least have that permit for you to fish between July 1st and August 31st. So far, we've had 500 registrations for the vessel app, and that was actually the first couple of days. I have not heard the latest on that, on what our current numbers are. As far as our for hire operators, we had 64 submissions, and of those 35 have been approved. We've got 6 pending, and we did get 21 that are denied. Almost half of those are going to participate in the carcass collection program, so that's a great thing, because that way we'll be getting some biological data as well. Most of the requests have been coming from Dare County, Carteret County, and Brunswick. Enforcement of this EFP is going to entail that the private recreational guys, they have their trip authorization number, and that's going to come with the app. You'll have to declare your trip before you go, and if you get pulled, if you show the officer your trip authorization number, you should be good. Have your EFP either on your phone or in your hand, you should be good. You'll report your landings after, when you get back. For hire guys, you need to have that EFP in hand, and it's going to have your business and vessel name on it. So you can't just go make copies and give to your friends. And that's how things we're moving along. I don't know if you all have heard, probably have, but there has been a lawsuit that has been filed, and it was filed by North Carolina commercial fishermen in Florida commercial fishermen, asking for injunction and actually an rescission of the permits. What they're suing about is they are concerned about allowing the landings in 2026 would exceed the stock's annual catch limit. They're concerned that fishing mortality is going to be too high and will cause overfishing, and this in turn they're concerned that it will just set back rebuilding of the stock. Also, they're concerned about the recreational commercial allocation. Right now the recreational sector gets 72%, commercial guys get 28%. So if the recs get a lot more than what they are allowed right in federal waters is 23,000 fish, and if they get a bunch more than that, and the commercial guys are having to keep to the 11,000 fish, that totally skews that allocation towards the recs. So that's the gist of the lawsuit. We have not heard anything more on it. We are holding off sending the EFPs out a little bit just to see what might happen, because we do know Florida's season starts May 22nd, so we're kind of thinking, hoping we'll hear something before then. And other than that, that's pretty much it in a nutshell. Also, I think you guys got a little handout that we've got available for the public that summarizes the permit season, and other than that, so any questions?
Yeah, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Trish, you answered most of the questions I had. I just want to say thank you for this. This has been an extraordinary level of work for you to do. I know it's been very stressful and a really time-consuming process, and I hope the public understands how much time has gone into this. And I thank to all the staff that's helped you with this. So I do have a little bit of a soapbox issue, but I'm going to wait to see if there's any other questions from the commission before I go into that. So.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Trish. This is really interesting and a big challenge, I think, for everybody involved. Has been for a long time. So you said that the permit exempts North Carolina from accountability measures. So then what does accountability look like for the Southeast states together? In other words, at what point is catch related to the program and catch not related to the program aggregated against those targets, and then when would that happen, and how does that then cascade back to subsequent year allocations, since this is just 2026?
Well, my take, since we're exempted this year, typically I think the accountability measure is that the following year that's reduced.
Right.
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 If we're exempt, I don't think we would have a reduction next year, but in this whole process, there's probably going to be additional exempted fishing permits. I'm not sure how that's all going to play out.
Yeah.
To be honest,
What I'm getting at is, in the aggregate, the performance of the program, because, I mean, you can imagine that it does anything from great to horrible, and that the total catch might be 10x. And again, remember, catch is landings plus mortality, so it doesn't have to be landed to be part of the catch. So if the total wreck catch doesn't just exceed the allocation, but the total mortality threshold for the species, then and the council's not exempt from accountability for the...
it's probably going to be up to Andy Strelchek, the regional administrator, but...
I guess what I'm really asking is there a measure identified already for how accounting and accountability would happen after the season that allows the overall performance then to be assessed? Or is that to be determined?
I'm going to say that's to be determined, because in this particular case with all the states, we did not provide a number. Right. And so I think what that number ends up being at the end of the EFP period is probably going to be what drives the following year. That's going to be my guess. I
won't belabor this, Mr. Chairman, but
it
strikes me that's a big timing problem, because the information isn't available until into next year, and then at some point, what does next year look like when you don't really have? Anyway, I'm trying to get at. Well, you see where I'm going. So what the feedback would be. I'm actually kind of surprised that NOAA would approve something like that without those measures being laid out in advance.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Since this is quota-based, and real-time reporting from everybody, does this give the governing bodies the ability to shut this down quickly if they feel that the quotas are being reached too quickly, to prevent a shutdown or potential shutdown the following year? And then my other question is, the 23,000 fish and the 11,000 fish, is that coast-wide, or is that what North Carolina would be allotted?
Second question's easy. It's coast-wide. Your first question, so it's NOAA's permit, so they can basically remove it from us at any time and I'm sure they can give the reasons. I mean, right now, most of what drives the whether they take it or not is whether we're compliant. And they can.
Okay, Tom, looks like soapbox time.
So, as many on this commission knows, an issue that I have brought up many times, I believe we had a white paper presented last year on it, and I see you looking at me, Mr. Colonel. I'll address you in a second. So North Carolina is the only state in the country that does not have a joint enforcement agreement with our federal authorities. And an issue I've raised is that in the South Atlantic, there are 3 for-hire permits: your grouper snapper permit, your dolphin wahoo permit, and your coastal migratory pelagics, which for most intents and purposes is king and Spanish mackerel. For those of us in the industry, it's very obvious that there's low compliance in this permit. I would say most of the serious charter industry has it, but there are a lot of people that don't have it. And I would say a big part of this is it's just that much harder to enforce in this state. And, in talking to some of our other South Atlantic partners, their states do have the ability to enforce this permit. I have asked here at the commission how we could enforce this permit if it was possible. I will say I was disappointed with the answers I was given. Not that I didn't like the answers, I just don't think they were necessarily adequately answered. I was looking for how we do it, not if we really want to. And as a backup, I was hoping that we could develop some sort of outreach program through the licensing department. I know there's been some pushback to that because our licensing agents have a lot on their plate as is. But as we look forward in fisheries, we're going to look like we see on state, interstate, and federal. We have constraining seasons. We've got smaller quotas. We have more people going.
To get, if you do get caught, I remember it doesn't seem like it's a big problem overall, and maybe more so in North Carolina. Maybe it's a GAE, whatever, relation, but it's just, I think also in that paper, it was just a capacity thing and a priority thing as well.
Go ahead, Tom.
So thank you for those answers. That's been very clarifying. Thank you, Director. I know that you put a lot of thought into this, but I do think it is important to do some sort of outreach, and maybe specifically on these permits, because when you look at the other permits required by the MID, and for hire specifically, they're a little bit less applicable to our fishery. Like there's a summer flounder permit. Well, and when you think about HMS is required by everybody fishing for HMS species. It's not just I think more people are well known about that, but this is more, I think, of a very specific issue, and I think it can be addressed because this isn't the only thing that's going to impact the fleet going forward. I mean, issues like limited entry. Who knows what other sorts of EFPs could come forward in the future? And I just want to make sure that the industry is well represented going forward because this is an important issue. And the white paper did address that very eloquently, and I should have stated that earlier. And I appreciate the work being done there, but I do think it's critical that we do something going forward.
Okay, Kat.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Roller, and I think we can absolutely work on some outreach and additional information and button up what we're doing, and if we need to make a little bit more effort, do that as well.
All right, oh yeah, go ahead.
So one thing I wanted to mention, and is that it's mostly for the people listening to this meeting, is that the list of permit holders in the South Atlantic is public information. You can go to the NIMS website and look at it. They update it every single day. It is very easy to see who has a permit and who doesn't, and very easy to search it. And it's very easy to see who's expired, who isn't, and when they got their permit. So it's very easy to see who's illegally fishing. And when this first released, a lot of people I know started making a list, and it was extensive how many well-known people in the industry do not have these permits.
All right, let's move on.
Thank you, guys.
Trish.
Yeah.
Thank you, Trish. We'll get her hobbling back to her seat. Next is going to get Colonel Chris Lee to come up. And at the request of the commissioners, a couple of commissioners were interested in some Marine Patrol updates. So I think Chris has put together just some general information about what the Marine Patrol does and some of the tools they have at their disposal to do what they do. And he's going to give you a little PowerPoint on that.
should be able to hear me. You may not be able to understand me, but that's Bertie County. Thank you, Chairman Corbett, for allowing me the time to give you all a Marine Patrol update, Commissioners. This update was requested by several commissioners and some side conversations based on the Marine Patrol capabilities. Today we have a few topics to go over. They will be Marine Patrol duties, the 3 Marine Patrol districts, 2026 being the year of hiring. We will talk about the North Carolina Junior Marine Patrol Academy, some tools of the trade that we have, and I will virtually introduce you to the North Carolina Marine Patrol Officer of the Year. We'll have a short period after that for any questions that you may have. Defining a Marine Patrol Officer. This is a multi-tool. I carry one every day, and I've talked to my officers about being the multi-tool, and that's the best way that I can think of to describe what we do for the division. Our main focus is enforcing the rules and regulations of the state, and you have all seen the stats on our website that we patrol 4,000 miles of coastline, monitor 2.5 million acres of water, check for compliance with 4,000 commercial fishermen and 2 million recreational anglers. If that's all we did, we'd be very busy. With only 58 officers scattered along the coast, the North Carolina Marine Patrol has a multitude of other duties. We lead the division in education and outreach events. We assist with the Observer Program and federal ITP requirements. We sit on several panels, such as Proclamation Review, Fishery Management Plans, Advisory Committees, Lease and Pound Net Reviews. We participate in rulemaking and advisory teams with the division's rule guru, Kathleen Bloom, that does an amazing job of keeping us on track. Told you I was going to throw you under the bus today, or give you an attaboy, whichever way. We take care of our own basic maintenance, such as 100-hour services on our boats to keep the shop from backing up. This year we've added tracking of mandatory harvest reporting, and we'll also be participating with the Red Snapper. This has brought on another set of challenges for the Marine Patrol, so that's why I say we are the multi-tool of the division, because we do a little bit of everything. With as busy as we are, we couldn't do the things or accomplish what we do without the working relationships that we have established across the state and into the country. Through our state and federal partners, the list on this slide are just a few agencies of the working relationships that we have, that have opened doors for us to better serve the state of North Carolina. Relationships with North Carolina Emergency Management have allowed us to become the first state law enforcement certified swiftwater rescue team serving in North Carolina in times of disaster. This relationship has opened doors across the state and spread the Marine Patrol name from Murphy to Manio. Places we walked in 5 years ago that never knew we existed now know us on a first name basis and welcome us with open arms. For a small agency like the Marine Patrol, these relationships are key to the success. Some of the equipment and tools of the trade portion we have obtained through relationships created over the past years, working together for one common goal: to better serve North Carolina. These state and federal partners are just to name a few, and don't include the local sheriff's office, police departments, fire and EMS stations across the state, many of which my officers are duly sworn with or work or volunteer in their free time. The three Marine Patrol districts. Got ahead of myself, sorry about that. This map will just give you a basic idea when I speak later on about where our openings will be. It'll kind of give you, so it's a little hard to see on this thing, but where the teal greenish colored line or seafoam green line comes across the state, from there north is District 1. The piece in the central above the red line would be District 2, and then the red line south would be District 3. This is this image is on our it's on our website as well. The North Carolina Marine Patrol update. With the retirement of Colonel Witten, I, Colonel Chris Lee, were promoted from Captain of District 1 to the Colonel of Marine Patrol in Morehead City. The retirement of Jason Walker led to the promotion of Major Mann, who was a sergeant in District 1. He's seated back behind me today. Jason Parker was recently promoted from Sergeant in District 3 to the Captain of District 1. Other retirements this year, Officer Michael Long in District 3 retired on February 1st. Sergeant Brian Long of District 1 is retiring August 1. Officer Bill Register of District 3 is retiring August 1 as well. And Pilot Mark Daniels and Investigator Weaver can retire any day. They're just still enjoying themselves currently, so they're hanging out. With these retirement and expected openings, we will promote 3 sergeants. After those promotions, we will have a total of 6 vacant officer positions, with the possibility of more given the investigator and the pilot leaving any day. This makes for a very busy year, aside from our normal duties. Some tools of the trade. For traditional law enforcement, these are the common tools of the trade you may see. Being in a maritime environment, the North Carolina Marine Patrol has a few different tools that we rely on. Patrol Vessel Roanoke is the flagship of the Marine Patrol. It's a 48-foot Sea Ark. Yes, it's an overgrown John boat. It's made by the same company that makes Sea Ark John boats. This vessel is stationed at the U.S. Coast Guard Station Oregon Inlet. It's captained by Corporal Jeff Moore and 2 crew members, Officer Barrow and Officer Perosi. It is primarily used as a boarding platform for offshore patrol and boarding trawlers in the Sound. This vessel also trains with the United States Coast Guard Air Station, Elizabeth City, in pick-off rescues, dropping a rescue swimmer to the water and approaching the platform, and in times of natural disaster has been used as a makeshift ambulance and a hospital when hurricane struck Ocracoke due to it being equipped with an onboard generator. We have other specialty boats, such as this 24-foot Carolina skimmer made at Carolina Yachts in Beaufort. We worked with the owners, Will and Tracy, to design this boat to carry our side-by-side with folding ramps to be able to access the remote areas for patrols, such as Portsmouth Island and Shackleford Banks. Also pictured in the background are 2 of our Metal Shark boats. As an agency, we've been fortunate to receive a port security grant that allows us to purchase purpose-built boats. The 26-foot Metal Shark, as pictured here, is one of 11 of the Metal Shark boats in the Marine Patrol fleet. The newest addition to the fleet is a 35-foot Metal Shark. This picture was taken by an iPhone. That's why it's not as good as an Android photo. The 35 is stationed in Morehead City, is the only boat assigned to the port that has fire suppression. That's the red cannon on the bow that you see. With more fisheries moving offshore, it requires the Marine Patrol to adapt in our fleet to handle different work environments. Excuse me. We had a trespasser at the office. Retired Colonel Witten came by to see his project that normally took almost 2 years to complete. And this just gives you a better view of a side shot of the boat on the trailer. Commissioner Service, this one's especially for you since you asked about it in our February meeting. The North Carolina Marine Patrol currently has 7 drones, 3 thermal drones, a Mavic 3T thermal and RBG drone, and 4 Mavic 2 Pro RGB drones. So if you speak drone, that's what that means. I can't tell you other than some of them have thermals and some of them don't. So some of the notable uses lately have been the trout pictures from the most recent Cold Stone event that made the last meeting's presentation. This photo is is a picture of Sergeant Wallen when he ran this ad. This photo ran of Sergeant Wallen in the newspaper after he was able to assist Chowan County Sheriff's Office in locating a subject. The person shot at law enforcement and led them on a high-speed chase. The subject wrecked his vehicle and ran on foot into a wooded area. With the drone's thermal capabilities, Sergeant Wallen was able to find the subject with the thermal and hover in place and escort deputies into where the subject was hiding and make his arrest. Drones were also used in search and rescue efforts in Hurricane Helene. The drone likely saved my life and my crew this day. We were assigned on a call to rescue someone from their home with rising floodwaters. When we began to prepare a boat and launch, we could not see the exact home we were going to, so Sergeant Weiland put the drone in the air to recon before we left. Using the drone camera, we were able to see that there was no direct life threat, only property damage, and the narrow gap we would use to locate the location was flooded by 35 feet of rushing water and large debris such as houses and 100-foot tall trees. This slide shows the same area the day after the storm subsided, with 35 feet of rushing water coming off the side of the mountain and trees and houses mixed in that far exceeds the capabilities of our rescue equipment, and without the local firemen assigned to us alerting how high the water was and the drone scouting, we would have launched our rescue boats with the information given, and things on this day could have been drastically different. The Junior Academy. The North Carolina Marine Patrol Junior Academy was presented years ago as an important piece of education and outreach and has become a hit. The idea was we either tell our story or let someone else tell their version for us. This year's applications opened at 0900, and by 12 o'clock that afternoon, the Morehead City class was full with a wait list, so 3 hours. The Oregon Inlet Academy was full that afternoon and into the next morning with a waiting list as well. Our children are our future. Educating them and introducing into something they may not see otherwise may be the spark that sets them on their future path. This camp not only focuses on the Marine Patrol, it introduces the kids to a lot of what DMF does. It's a perfect combination to get the kids involved in all things fisheries. This will be the third year for the Morehead City Academy and the second year for the Oregon Inlet Academy, and we hope to add the Wilmington area in the near future. This year, each camp will have 12 kids, and they will be introduced not only to the day-to-day life of the Marine Patrol, but a lot of different aspects of the division. We have received some amazing feedback on this camp and had students want to repeat it the following summer. Months after the camp was over, parents have called the office to let us know their kids are still talking about how much fun they had and the cool things they got to see. Exposing these kids to what Eastern North Carolina has to offer and the resources in our backyard is extremely rewarding. The looks on their face when you hand them a live horseshoe crab or they see 10 different species in a seine net will bring a smile to your face. Pictured here are the kids with a seine net used in some of our biological sampling. This one is one of the kids' favorites. They get to see a lot of species of fish caught in the seine. Amanda in this slide and Kevin in the next slide are rock stars and have helped with this camp to show more aspects of what the division, which was one of Director Rawls' goals of implementing education and outreach across the division. This slide, the kids get to see a workup of species and what goes into aging the fish and some of the biological workup. The kids are introduced to boating safety aspects. This slide shows how to light off our old expired flares. They are taught to launch and trailer boats, gear and species ID, knots and license, basic water survival, rope bag rescue, and yes, we let them drive the boat as well, under close supervision. The North Carolina Marine Patrol is invited every year to attend the North Carolina Wildlife Federation Governor's Conservation Achievement Awards banquets. Since taking over as District 1 Captain and now as Colonel, I've asked my officers to send recommendations for the award. I received this award in 2012, and the comments of my peers acknowledging my work meant almost as much to me as the award itself. This year, I could not agree more with their comments about this year's selection as Officer of the Year. Officer Jonathan Price has been selected as the North Carolina Marine Patrol Officer of the Year. Selected by his peers, he was presented with his award by the North Carolina Wildlife Federation at a May 2nd banquet in Raleigh. He is known for his professionalism, strong work ethic, and commitment to conserving North Carolina's marine resources. In the past year, Price has identified significant violations involving spotted sea trout, crabs, Spanish mackerel, and sheep's head, along with numerous gear, license, and boating safety violations. When asked what his keys to success, he stated, "Honestly, I just enjoy working. My plan every day is to go out in the boat and start looking, and it works. The case involving crabs is one that Price is especially proud of. Through his relationships with crab fishermen, he learned people were harvesting undersized crabs. Price caught the offenders, returned the undersized crabs to water, and cited several violators. He was quoted, "Protecting the crab fisheries is a big thing to me because crabbing is the biggest commercial activity in my area." Price is a certified member of the North Carolina Marine Patrol Swiftwater team and was deployed to western North Carolina during Hurricane Helene. He is dedicated to professional development, completing land search field team member training, ATV search and rescue training, and field training officer school. He now serves as a field training officer and is excelling in the critical responsibility of preparing new officers for independent duty. He also just completed First Line Supervision, a course designed to set law enforcement leaders on a path for success. That's the sunset on this presentation. If anyone has any questions, and yes, this photo was taken with an Android, or excuse me, with a Samsung. So that's why it's a better photo.
Yeah, Willie.
Got a couple questions. You mentioned the 58 officers in the 3 districts.
Yes, sir. Fairly, yes, sir. I would say District 1 is the heaviest because we have the patrol boat, the Roanoke is there. So with those 3 additional officers, if they're not in the boat, then they are in the field. So I would say District 1's a little heavier. District 2 would be the smaller of the districts.
Okay, well, that leads me into my second question, and that is, that big boat is so far north relative to the rest of the state. Is there any particular reason for having the big boat
Yes, sir.
that far up near Oregon Inlet?
The primary shrimping grounds has been in the Pamlico Sound. So we, and since I've been here for 18 years, it's been stationed there. We have looked at, we have a joint agreement with the Coast Guard, just it's a handshake agreement that us working with them, we're able to keep our boat there for free. That's part of it as well. We have looked at moving the boat a little deeper into Hyde County because over the years things have progressively pushed further south, and but it would only be seasonal because there is a lot of shrimping activity in the ocean.
2 more quick questions.
Yes, sir.
In general, you mentioned hiring. What are the basic requirements?
So
just in a basic level for becoming a Marine?
To become a Marine Patrol officer now, the very basic level would be a high school diploma or GED. Once you're at the age of 20 and a half, we can now hire and send you to basic law enforcement training ourselves. That has opened the doors for us to take on a lot of new candidates. We had to adapt to do that. Traditionally, you needed BLET before you came here, and they wanted you to have at least a year's experience. Law enforcement trends are shifting where if you wait till they're in basic law enforcement training, they already have a job where they're hired someone else. So by us being able to provide that opportunity, we've gained more applicants.
And lastly, you mentioned the person that you identified through the drone
Yes, sir.
at night, and that you mentioned arresting him. When I think about Marine Patrol, I don't think in terms of being arrested.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what does the arresting process look like from you all's perspective when you see a crime that requires someone to be arrested? What does that look like?
Yes, sir. It would be the same as any traditional law enforcement. There are some jurisdictional things, subject matter things that we look for, and most everything we have in the rule book is at least a class 3 misdemeanor, so it is an arrestable offense, but traditionally we issue citations and cut them loose. This particular incident we were talking about, we were just the assisting agency. We did not make the arrest ourselves.
Okay.
The deputies made the arrest. We just assisted in the arrest.
But you could actually grab a person and take them to jail?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
It's in statute. It's very specific. It names a few felonies, breaches of peace. I can show it to you on a break if you
Okay.
would like. Yep.
Thank you.
Yes,
sir.
John.
Quick question, as somebody that's on the water all the time and all my life, and kind of comes up with a joke with several officers that I've known personally my whole life. I'm glad you explained about the 20 and a half in the BLET. Do you feel like the number of officers that you have now is sufficient for the state, or do you feel like we need more? And as we need more, hey, I'm gonna put it on wax.
We are, we need a lot of officers. We could use a lot of help. I personally and professionally believe that we're not covering what we could. We have reached out for additional officers, and I believe that was presented this year. I think the last number I heard was 9 that they would look to try to add this year. Now, whether that goes through or not, that's been on the radar for a long time. Colonel Witten at one time suggested doubling, and that probably still wouldn't put a dent in it. So.
Yes, sir, William.
Colonel Lee, congratulations on your new position.
Thank you, sir.
It sounds like we're in great hands. And I'm sorry if I asked the wrong question that caused you to have to sit in the office for a day and do a PowerPoint.
No, sir. No, I don't mind at all.
But since we are talking about drones, what are you guys using? How are you using drones in enforcement, in your enforcement work, commercial, or, whether it's like?
It's a lot of scouting. We've been given some directives to use it in a maritime environment only. We have the pictures of in assist with the pictures with the trout cold stun. That was extremely helpful. We had reports that there were fish floating in certain areas that the boat ramps were still frozen. So rather than put the officer's life at risk by sending them out into a frozen sound, we could fly the drone over the area and bring it back. They've been extremely helpful in situations like that. And then mutual aid response, they're a great tool.
That was amazing work you guys did out west too.
Thank you, sir.
I didn't realize it was as dangerous as it was. So thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. And I would like to say, Colonel might kill me for doing this, but I'd encourage the commissioners, if y'all want to see something really cool, you should come to the Marine Patrol, the Junior Academy. Because if you think it's cool to see the kids get jazzed up about fish, it is nowhere near as cool as to see these grown folks get jazzed up about teaching those kids. That is super cool. And it is a great experience. So if you're commissioners and you want to come and take a look at it or participate, I would contact Colonel Lee and his staff and take that opportunity, because it's something to see. I see Jason has already made his way up here. We've had some recent anchor gillnet closures throughout the state, and we've got some issues with the number of Atlantic sturgeon takes that we have. So, Jason, we thought it was a good idea to maybe get in front of the commission and give them an update on how we're doing there.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So like the Director said, I wanted to update the commission and discuss with you kind of how we ended up with the statewide gillnet closure, the status of our incidental take permit, or ITP for short, and what the division has been working on since that closure went into effect. Excuse me. So currently all large and small mesh gill nets are closed statewide, except for gears that are specifically exempted from the incidental take permit. Those are run around and drift gill net type gears. We closed the gill net fishery back on March 29th due to exceeding the annual take number for live Atlantic sturgeon in the ITP. So the current ITP allows up to 436 live Atlantic sturgeon interactions for any 2 consecutive ITP year periods. Just a reminder, our ITP year runs from September through August of the following year, so it's not on a calendar year basis. And this equates to an average of 218 live Atlantic sturgeon takes that we have to hold ourselves to annually. So in the fall 2025 season, that's the beginning of the 2026 ITP year, there were 22 observed live Atlantic sturgeon takes in the large mesh gillnet fishery, and this expanded to an estimated 167 live takes in that fishery. And all of those takes occurred in Management Unit A, or the Albemarle Sound area. During the fall, there were no observed takes in the small mesh fishery. And during that fall season, in response to the takes we were seeing, we did close parts of Management Unit A to gill nets to help mitigate any further takes. And then at the end of the fall season, there were 51 live Atlantic sturgeon takes remaining for the 2026 ITP year. And that left 269 takes remaining for the next two-year ITP period where compliance is measured. And that covers the 2026, which is this year, and the 2027 ITP years, which starts in September this year. So then in the winter season, which runs from December to February, we had an unusual small mesh gill net trip where 6 Atlantic sturgeon were observed in Management Unit A. That had 4 live takes and 2 dead takes. And this event was unusual because we don't typically observe many takes in the small mesh fishery, let alone a trip that had 6 takes on it. So those 4 live Atlantic sturgeon takes extrapolated to an estimated 82 additional takes. So that increased our estimated live Atlantic sturgeon takes for the current year to 250. And this exceeded the annual average take number of 218 takes and left us with 186 live Atlantic sturgeon takes remaining for the 2-year period of 2026 and 2027. In response to this unusual take event, Management Unit A was fully closed to reduce the likelihood of additional live sturgeon interactions. And I want to stress that this winter small mesh take event was highly atypical for that fishery. The rest of the state remained open for small mesh gill nets because live Atlantic sturgeon takes had been limited to Management Unit A at that point. And there was a lower risk of having any additional interactions in the other areas compared with Management Unit A. So that brings us to the spring season in 2026. So in March of 2026, we observed a trip that had 1 live Atlantic sturgeon interaction, and this occurred on the mainland side of Hine County in Pamlico Sound. And this live Atlantic sturgeon take extrapolated to an estimated 50 additional takes. And this meant the remaining takes for the 2-year period covering 2026 and 2027 was reduced to 137. So after this take event, the decision was made to close the small mesh gill net fishery statewide in order to preserve those remaining 137 takes for the 2027 ITP year, which begins in September of 2026. So as for the status of the ITP, since compliance is measured over a 2-year period, we are currently still in compliance with the terms of the ITP. And for ITP year 2025, we had an estimated 20 live Atlantic sturgeon takes. So with that low number and the high number this year, we're still in compliance for that 2-year period as well. And next, I just want to update you on what the division's been doing. Since we hit those takes and had to close the fishery down, we certainly weren't just sitting by waiting for September to roll around. So as those take numbers were increasing and after the statewide closure went into effect, We began and continued to discuss our situation with NOAA staff to find some ways to provide relief to the state and additional options for managing the gillnet fishery in light of the reduced number of authorized takes in the current ITP and the apparent increase in Atlantic sturgeon abundance, particularly in Management Unit A, or Albemarle Sound. So we're currently working with NOAA on some minor modifications to the ITP. I do want to stress that this will not increase our overall authorized take numbers, but it should give us some additional flexibility in managing takes in the gillnet fishery moving forward. We also consulted with NOAA regarding the timing of recalculating the estimated takes, take numbers using effort data from the current ITP year, rather than the 5-year average that we use when initially estimating take numbers. And we have to use that average initially because we don't know what the effort is in real time with the fishery. So initial recalculations using effort data from the fall 2025 season, that did reduce the estimated live Atlantic sturgeon takes for this ITP year down to 208. And this has put us back below the annual average take number of 218 takes for live Atlantic sturgeon for this ITP year. So based on this information and after looking at the history of Atlantic sturgeon takes in the commercial fishery, as well as in our division sampling programs, we're going to move forward with reopening some areas of the state to small mesh gill nets. These areas include portions of Management Unit B, Management Units D1, D2, and E. So that covers parts of Pamlico Sound, as well as areas from Core Sound south to the South Carolina state line. The proclamation reopening these areas should be issued soon. I do want to remind fishermen, though, that before they can set their gill nets, fishermen will need to call their plans into the Observer Trip Scheduling System, or OTIS, and have either a confirmation number or observer on board to be able to legally fish gill nets. And from the information we have, reopening these areas presents a minimal risk of additional Atlantic sturgeon takes. However, if we do observe an additional Atlantic sturgeon in one of these areas before the end of the ITP year, it will likely result in additional closures. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Yes, sir. I've been waiting on this. Kat's already heard it, so you get to hear it now. So we have A, B, C, D1, D2, and E. We did that for sea turtles. I'm the one that actually did that with Gene Beasley when we made that up. So when we did the sturgeon thing, why did we not say, let's give E and D1, D2, C, let's give them, it could have been 2 sturgeon, okay? They're never going to catch their 2 sturgeon. If they do, it's going to be a crazy thing, and if they do, close them. They caught it. But why are we we gave all the sturgeon to the whole state so that A could close everything in the state. So it's hard to explain to a man that's down there in Charlotte at the South Carolina line that his livelihood got closed down because a guy caught a sturgeon 400 miles away. So, you know, to me, when we have to reapply or whatever, or we're in any negotiations, then we need to, you know, and I've heard people say, well, you know, you don't want to take those takes away from A, but you can take 10 takes and spread it over 4 areas and keep those fisheries open. So, you know, it makes absolutely no sense to me why we would have taken and put all the fish in one pile so the whole state closes because A's catching. We all know there's so many sturgeon in A, no matter what you do, A's going to close immediately. I mean, there's just so daggone many sturgeon up there now, that's just the way it is. Whether they believe it or not, there's a man that's up there, he can tell you. But, you know, so I think that, you know, the division needs to push to break that into, just like we did the turtles. It's the same reason we did the turtles the way we did, because there was so many more turtles up north you know, and as the turtles progressively got more of them, of course, then the southern areas started closing more because we had takes too. That's fine. If we get the takes to close us, that's fine. But when you never get a chance to fish because somebody 300-400 miles away caught it, it just don't seem fair to me. So.
Just a comment about that. Because the previous ITP, we did have them split up, right? We went this route because it gives us more flexibility. So we can actually, to the reverse of that, we could take the takes from E and apply it to A to extend A's season if we needed to. The issue with this issue is that we really simply just do not have enough sturgeon takes to be able to support the gillnet fishery, and that's the problem. We were already into next year's takes, not just this year's takes that isn't even over yet. We were already into next year's takes with the number of takes that we've had. So regardless of where we had them, we were going to have to close and reevaluate what we were doing, which I think Jason did a good job of explaining what we tried to look at doing that.
So, wait a minute, correct me if I'm wrong, because, you know, like I say, I'm a dumb crabber and I don't understand everything fully. But if I had takes in E and in D and C1 and C2, and those takes are there, it don't matter how many A catches, it can't close these places that didn't close, that had takes that weren't taken. So it did nothing to help half of the state by giving all of that. Pretty much you gave it all to A is what you did. No matter where it was, A caught them all. So once again, if you give E 2 takes until they get, and if they got one, it would extrapolate to where they would have to close. But until they caught that one, no matter how many they catch in A, E's staying open.
So I think you probably are right about E, but I think E, and Jason's going to have to correct me if I'm wrong, he knows the data better than me, but I think E is probably the only management unit that would have survived on their takes. maybe D1 or D2.
Yeah, I don't believe all the takes this past year we observed were in Albemarle Sound, except for that one that was in Pamlico Sound.
So C and C1 and D would have stayed open if they'd had their individual takes. If they didn't get any takes, they'd have stayed open if they had takes to catch.
Potentially, yes, but I think compliance even with the way the old ITP was structured, there was still an overall number that we were held to for compliance. So if A went over their allotment, it could have resulted in the rest of the state still being closed.
And that's another part of the problem too, is when you have the catches like he mentioned in the one with so many in one net, it just makes the numbers go kind of crazy.
I think we came up with all of this years ago with the sea turtles for this exact same reason, so that one section didn't catch everything and throw the whole state out of compliance. And it just seemed like to me it was a good system for whether you liked it or not, and most people didn't like it, but it was still a good system. It gave everybody a chance to fish, and if they closed themselves, you know.
Yeah, and I think the separation by the areas is something that we can reevaluate, you know, and look at that again. But I will say that I think the state is going to continue to run into issues if the sturgeon population we just keep catching more sturgeon in with less effort, more sturgeon, less effort. It's not going to end well for maintaining a long season for the anchor gillnet fisheries.
So we're still going under the same permit that we are with turtles. We just basically added sturgeon to it. It's basically the same thing, right? As far as the way it's written up and all. It's written up just like the turtle plan, right? For basically. So I'm still having a tough time figuring out how E and D would have closed because A caught too many sturgeon. Because when A catches too many turtles, E and D don't close.
But that's what we're saying. So there were so many sturgeon takes, it exceeded the year that we're in and into the next year.
Okay.
We've never done that before that I know of. So that is a huge problem. So that is when we said, okay, we better close it down and reevaluate what we're doing. We recalculated based on the actual effort instead of the estimated effort. That's what gave us, our calculation was we had less takes than we had originally calculated. So that is the only reason right now that we are reopening some of these areas that are not as susceptible to Atlantic sturgeon takes.
And first, I don't set net fish. So, you know, this is not something that I'm battling for me personally. It's just, I can't wrap my head around how I understand. So let's say that A caught 150 fish over. With every other thing we do, those fish would have been deducted from A the next year, not from D and E the next year. Because E goes over on their turtles, it goes to A, it goes to E. They don't take it away from A.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, I read that plan wrong years ago.
no, I mean, the current ITP treats turtles and sturgeon the same way. It's a statewide number.
Okay.
The previous one did have them separated by management unit for turtles, I'm sure of. And with that, I know there were some modifications that happened with that permit to allow some of that sharing of takes, if I
Well, I
remember
know we
correctly.
did away with the breaking it down, and then we put it all in one pile.
Yeah.
And I just think that, you know, the smart thing for the state is to go back to breaking it down and letting the units, you know, we played this same game with every year that A's going to catch all those sturgeon, and you go get closed gill nets early. That's what it looks like from looking at it from a fisherman's perspective. Yes, Kat.
And Barbie, I know you were part of the negotiations for this. Is this something that NIMS kind of want the direction that NIMS wanted us to go with this? As far as the getting away from the individual counts per unit?
They definitely pushed us whenever possible to have an extrapolated number and not a count of turtles or sturgeon. So for, you know, the example of sturgeon, potentially for management unit E, how do we had a low number, say 2 or 10, that extrapolated number would blow past that number for any given take in that area, and you would be over. So they really pushed us to do a holistic statewide. That being said, in the past, sometimes there were occasions where we might have had more sea turtles takes that were authorized for one area than another. We would have to close B, but we would, because we might have approached those takes, but we had lots of takes in other areas that were never met. And so, and the reverse was true. You know, at sometimes an area could have stayed open longer had it been statewide. So it's kind of a different way you slice it. Sometimes it goes in your favor, sometimes it doesn't. I do know that, excuse me, whenever possible, they wanted us to have a holistic, statewide, extrapolated number where we could. But I get your point for sure. We do have internal guideposts where, you know, when we approach a particular level of sturgeon or sea turtle takes in a management unit, we could be proactive and close off a small area before it's exceeded. But to Jason's point, when you have one net with 6 sturgeon in it, you've blown past, you know, a guidepost potentially before you've had the opportunity to say, hey, we're getting close to that number. Let's go ahead and be proactive in this area so we can reserve the takes for the other areas.
So I'm 66 years old. 5 years ago, I quit fishing set nets. Okay. There's very few people in Section E that set as many set nets as I have in my life. I've never seen a sturgeon in one. I don't know of anybody that's caught a sturgeon in one. I heard one time that somebody caught one in a shad net above the Castle Hane Bridge, and that's 42 miles from the ocean. That was 30 years ago. But, so, once again, my argument is gonna be the whole time that we know Section A and Section B, especially with turtles, and now this extraordinarily exception with sturgeon. I don't care if you give them 600. They're gonna catch them before the season. But you can give E and D and possibly C1 and C2. You can give them 2, and you're right. If you catch 1 and you only got 2, you're closing down immediately. There's no doubt about it. But the odds are 99% you're never going to catch the 1. You know, and you've got a handful of guys down there. There's not many of them left. They're all 60, 70, 80 years old. They're old like me, you know, but they make their living with that, and they don't call y'all, they call me and tell me about what their hardships are and how did they close for somebody 400 miles away catching their fish. And it's hard to explain it to them, you know. It's just like explaining to the crabbers why the North would get 30 and the South would get 15. And it's a percentage thing, you know, but it's hard to explain it to some people. But anyway, I was just waiting for this so I could say what I wanted to say, and I'll go to Tom next because he's had his hand up the longest.
Thank you, Chair. I've got several clarifying questions. The first is, so I understand this right, but in plainer English, is the way this ITP works is you've got an overarching number for the state. When that number gets hit, the whole state closes. Correct? Is that am I understanding that right? Okay. What was the issuance and what's the expiration date on this current sturgeon ITP?
I believe it was issued in October of 2024, and then it runs for 10 years after that.
Okay. Just for the public to understand, could you also remind the Commission what fisheries are exempt from this permit? Like what net fisheries?
The runaround and driftgill net.
Okay, so that's the Spanish mackerel, bluefish fishery and whatnot?
Primarily, yeah.
Okay.
Well, and so just so you, for your information, there's a spot fishery with drift nets also.
Yeah.
A big
Awesome.
time,
Yeah.
a big
Okay.
time spot.
Yeah,
croaker,
that's
some
down.
other
That's mostly
fishery
down the
with-
southern
Yeah,
part.
down our way.
Thank you for that, Sammy.
Yeah.
I think that's helpful. I have a couple other questions here, but you knocked me off my train of thought there, Sammy. I appreciate that.
I meant to.
I bet you did. So, well, I understand the frustration here. It's very valid, I think, from fishermen. But I'm just going to say it's really kind of exciting to see these sturgeon come back. This is a really long-lived species with a really complex life history, and hey, things are working. So maybe, you know, the frustrations aside, maybe we can recover this endangered species. My last question is, so these new ITPs have a lot more requirements in them. Is this, how is this affecting the cost of the program? Is it raising the cost of the individual observed trips that you take?
No, I don't believe the cost of an observer trip has increased, no.
Oh, I mean, if the cost of the program has, I imagine it would increase the cost of each trip. Is that something you've looked into?
Not at the trip level. There are some additional requirements or things that they encourage us to do as conditions of this permit, yes.
Okay. I mean, is there any concern about the financial viability of this program going forward?
Yeah, I could touch on that a little bit. So everything that people are experiencing at home, the prices go up for y'all in your personal lives. They go up for us at the state as well. And managing the ITP program is no exception to that. So yes, we are absolutely feeling the pinch on that program as commercial licenses sales go down. That pinches the program as well. Increased costs in fuel when we are doing alternative platforms, things like that. You know, supplies, everything. So yes, it is very much impacting this program, and I would say that in the near future, we're going to have to, you know, have some conversations about that and how do we offset that.
I mean, that's interesting. I mean, and particularly, I mean, the reporting what would you call it? The call-in program?
Otis.
Yeah, Otis. I mean, it's obviously a lot to set that up, right? You've got a lot more going on. So that's just what I was curious about, because it's, you know, we've discussed it in other realms. Obviously, license revenues are going down. So thank you for that.
But, so Tom, let me say something on that. it can't be going up right now, because once they close the set net fishery, there's no call-ins, there's no observers going with anybody, because there's nobody fishing in that fishery. Now, they still had to pay those employees, but they're not going anywhere. They're paying them to do something else at that point in time. I'm sure you send them somewhere else. But as of right now, there's no observers. There's no need to call in for anything, because nobody can fish a set net. So it might be costing more, but it's not because they're using them on commercial fishing boats.
I mean, that's a whole, yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up, but I think, I mean, that's a whole nother question. I was just trying to point out that the program has a lot more requirements now.
Yes, sir. Well, let's go. John was next. Let's go, John, then I'll go to you, Willie.
Couple questions and about the sturgeon stuff. When you say you're getting these extrapolated numbers and you say you get these takes, right? Obviously, just through what you said, a lot of these takes are live takes too. They're not killing the sturgeon. They're just interacting with the sturgeon. So it's not like they killed it or anything like that. And if you did, when you said one, so how is this being multiplied to get, like, because obviously one take, one real live take counts as how many of the main takes are you saying? Because you're saying 200 and something. How are y'all getting to that number?
Yeah, so it's not a static kind of extrapolation. It's based on effort during that time of year. So when we have an interaction on a trip, we extrapolate that out based on effort during that time period, initially using the average from the previous 5 years. Because we have to get that initial extrapolation to monitor our compliance with the permit.
So my question with that is, if you're getting more interactions and more takes with less effort, that's obviously proven that the efforts to protect the sturgeon is working, because there's more and more and more of them. Shouldn't you adjust that accordingly instead of just shutting people down? Especially if you say, like, you had the take of 6 of the net, which you said was atypical, which, well, you close it as a knee jerk, then if it's so unlikely to happen, why take it to that extreme? I mean, just to dumb it down, if my house got struck by lightning and burnt down, that's like me saying, well, I'm going to just move to another town because I'm never building a house there again because it got struck by lightning. Because the chances of that happening again are so rare. Why are you doing the same thing to these fish and to the fishermen? That's literally the exact same thing.
Yeah, well, and I will say, after we shut down Management Unit A, our expectation was that there wouldn't be many interactions, because all the interactions we had seen up until that time were up in Management Unit A. So that line of thinking follows along with what we were thinking, that the likelihood of having a big take of sturgeon in the other areas was fairly low based on what we've seen in the fishery. And then, lightning struck, to use your analogy there. We had that trip that had 6 takes. And that is, I mentioned earlier, and the director mentioned as well, we were already eating into our takes for next year. So to have any takes left for next year and to be able to have a fishery next year, we had to close the fishery down this year.
And I guess that's where my question is, if you're getting very few takes, and those very few takes are basically multiplying into a bigger number to say we need to cut that, why can't you adjust that accordingly? If you're getting more takes with less effort, it's not the effort that's doing it, it's more fish being around. So obviously, now if you keep with that, you're working people out of a job, because as the fish become more plentiful, then that's obviously going to make more takes with the little bit of effort you have.
Yes, so
but
those...
John, there's one thing that the point you missed. You got to get the takes have to come from them, from the federal. Okay, so they can't just say we know there's a lot more fish, we add more takes. They can't do that. They have to request from the federal people to get more takes. Okay. And so I know that Kat has told me they've made that request, but the problem is the 6 that were atypical were also caught in A. They were just caught in a different size weapon, correct?
No, they were caught in Management Unit B.
Okay, B. All right, well, yeah. Okay. 6, 1/2 dozen of another. B's right there. They were caught right there on the edge, yeah. But they were caught in a different size weapon. They were small mesh, right?
Yeah, the one with 6 takes was small mesh, yes.
All right, yes, Kat. And then, William, I'll go to you after Kat.
I just want to make a comment to something that Commissioner Millette said. This wasn't a knee-jerk reaction, and Jason kind of touched on it right then, because we had already closed months prior, I think, right long prior to these latest closures in anticipation of this. And again, we were digging into next year's allotment. I cannot stress that enough. That's just not somewhere that we've been before. And to your point, there's some sturgeon out there, and it's good to see them. NIMS they are not, at this point, they have not been willing to give additional takes. And without additional takes, if the takes remain at the same level and the fishing effort remains at the same level that it is, it's very difficult to manage this fishery under those takes.
Yeah, and
even at the reduced level.
But if you get more takes and you don't break it down like the turtles were always broke down, it's going to close every year because there's that many sturgeon in A now. The only way to keep the rest of the state is for us to argue with the federal people. We need it the way we designed it originally, and everything needs to get takes. And if you close down because you caught one, that's fine. I got no problem with that. But I've talked too much. I need to let William talk for a minute.
Quick question. So, sea turtle, we could basically be in the same situation with sea turtles. And I don't recall, have we been in this situation? Have we closed these fisheries because of sea turtle interactions recently?
Yeah. We've had closures due to sea turtles, not statewide like we have with sturgeon
because
this year.
It's divided up into areas, like you said. But have we seen, obviously, particularly green sea turtle populations have increased significantly? Am I right? I believe they have.
Yeah, and that's the one we've had to do some closures for the past few years, in particular with the core sound area.
And have the quotas increased at all? The allowed take, the take? Has
No,
the take allowance increased?
So the take numbers from our initial 10-year permit to this 10-year permit, I believe they decreased across the board for turtles and sturgeon.
I'm sorry, the quota or
we got less.
We got less.
We got less.
Yeah.
With more animals. Okay, and the other question I had is reporting of interactions with turtles or sturgeon mandatory for the fishermen, for net fishermen?
I believe any interactions are supposed to be reported. I think that's an ESA requirement.
Do you have any idea how many reports you've gotten, or sort of the numbers? Have they affected your data significantly?
So any takes that a fisherman reports that was not from an observed trip do not count against the take numbers from our permit. Because our permit is based off of observer coverage, and that's how our take numbers are allotted. But any self-reported takes from fishermen do not count against that permit.
Yes, Kat.
And just one more point. When we were negotiating for this new permits that we got, that Jason talked about, we did go back and forth with NIMS trying to get additional take allowances, I think, for both sturgeon and sea turtles, and we just did not have any luck on that end.
Yeah, Mike, you hadn't said anything. Let Mike go first.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just trying to gather some thoughts. I didn't want to comment or drag this out, but it's become that way. The sturgeon ITP has created a world-class fisherman in Management Union A. Because not only do you got to be good at catching fish, you got to be really good at not catching them at the same time. And so you're going to find the best fishermen on earth in Management Union today. You know, there's a lot that goes into how fish move, when they're caught, why they're caught. It's not as simple as stringing a net out and catching them. And you might not believe that, but I can prove it to you day after day. what happened in the fall to create this snowballing issue that we're in right now was a complete episodic event. The flounder fishery opened. The boys set the nets. They caught 20-some sturgeons in a matter of a day with bad water offshore that pushed everything into shallow water, including this huge number of sturgeons that were hanging out in water that they don't normally hang out in. It's not rocket science, but if you talk to the people and you actually create a report, like an investigative report on how these sturgeons were actually caught, you would figure it out. That it just was an atypical type of thing, that everything had to match up correctly for it to happen that way. And so the timing of the flounder season, the timing of the bad water, and the timing of where the nets went in the water at created all of this. And so it's super unpredictable when you're only able to set a piece of webbing on a certain given day that's on a calendar to determine where and when to set that net to stay away from these fish is impossible. Now, we can talk about this, what needs to be done with the ITP and all of that, but the federal government, in my opinion, has been unfair to the fishermen of this state by taking away the takes, simply because they say there's less fishermen and we don't fish as much. However, and this has disturbed me as well, and this has to do with just the state operations and their gillnet surveys. They forced the state of North Carolina to cut their survey time in half, but that don't get mentioned very much. So instead of 12-hour or 24-hour soaks the state got to use, now they only get to have 12-hour soaks for their own gear, forced by the federal government. How can you be good at fishery surveys, or how can you be a good fisherman when you can't actually fish? And so I've said this to all kinds of commissioners that's come and gone off of this commission, that history and what was the history means more to fisheries management than anything. Because we've already tried and failed at some things, and we've already tried and succeeded at others. And so right now, this ITP is a fisheries failure, in my opinion, because it's not allowing the fishery to operate. And it's there, sure, to protect the species, but it's also there to protect the fisherman as well and give him a chance. They let these people log all these woods and cut all these woods down that's important to these birds, but they're private lands. Somebody owns that land. And so they give a little favor here and there. Oh, it's fine, you can cut the woods down. Ain't but 3 barn owl or whatever kind of owl that lives there that's protected, but they'll move on. I just don't get it. And so we've been at the table about this issue for 10 years or more. I don't know how long, Sammy, 15 or 20. First started with these little deep water sections in the Pamlico Sound that got closed off for sea turtles. That wasn't good enough. So then the whole state had to get under a sea turtle thing. Then along come a sturgeon issue. And not sure what group pushed the sturgeon issue so hard, but the sturgeon recovered with a crazy amount of gillnet effort in the water. All through the 90s when the moratorium went into effect, that was the highest amount of gill netting that took place in this state. The sturgeon made it through all of that into the early 2000s, and until the ITPs went into place, the gillnet fishery had quite a bit of effort in it. And guess what? We have the most sturgeons we ever seen. They're jumping out of the water. There's so many of them, but everywhere. But they made it through all of that gillnet. But that gillnet's caught every last one of them, right? They take 20 years to mature, and they grow incrementally hardly at all. And they live up to 100. Atlantic States, I'll quote it. I was sitting at the table when it was said, they predicted to take 100 years to recover these sturgeons. I don't agree. There's people that we know more about sturgeons now. There's a guy out of Vims doing sturgeon tags all the time. I follow his Facebook page. He does a mighty fine job of informing the public about all of this. He does it in the state of North Carolina and up the James River in Virginia. I wish I could meet the fella. I'd be interested in talking to him about what he knows about sturgeons. But to me, and this is a soapbox issue for me, because you know, I've experienced all these pains the fishermen have gone through, and this has backed me out of fisheries that I love to participate in. But I got more phone calls this winter because the guys in Management Unit A didn't even get to go catch any white perch. The only thing that can really keep them surviving through the wintertime, other than a blue catfish, which is a whole different issue, didn't even get to go this year to catch a measly white perch, man. And that's not right. And so I encourage the state and the federal government to sit down and talk about this a little bit and how it affects people hundreds of miles away. A fisherman, what he does in another water body of this state, and he's fishing at the furthest point from that water body and gets told, bud, you got to stay home. It just don't make any sense. And so I just think it's time to actually, somebody's got to put their foot down somewhere and be like, man, there's got to be a line drawn. You know, because the fishermen have given up. The fishermen, meaning they have given up a lot of things and a lot of time on that water and a lot of income and a lot of being able to go fishing to protect a creature that is seemingly doing pretty well and did pretty well through a lot of the painful period it needed to go through. And so, you know, my words in closing here, and I'll try to just say this in a calm and meaningful way, is that this shouldn't be a point of contention. This should be a point of learning, putting together what we've learned about sturgeon, what they can handle. If they're alive in that net, it really doesn't matter. They're tough, man. Them things are tough. And so if you turn them loose alive, they're more than likely going to be alive. And what really truly matters about a sturgeon is if he died or not. Because then you can account for a dead sturgeon. But just because you picked it up and handled it, and it's flopping all around, and you turn him loose and he swims off, don't mean he's going to die. And so it pains me to say, well, we touched 400 sturgeons. Yep. You can go pet them at the doggone aquarium. You know what I'm saying? If you want, and so it don't make any sense. And I think the fishermen have become to the point where they're just tired of this stuff, and you just don't hear from them anymore, man, because they're just tired of talking about it. And it's every year it gets more and more painful for them every single year. And this is serious business, man. This has put a lot of people out. So, you know, I encourage the state and the federal government to truly sit down and talk about this at a level that makes sense.
Go ahead, Tom.
So first of all, Commissioner Blanton, I've been very fortunate to pet a sturgeon at an aquaculture facility. I can't say I recommend it. They're a little spiky, but Jason, question for you. Under the Endangered Species Act, fishermen are, required to self-report their takes. I know this has been it's been in the outreach material from the Observer Program. How many self-reported takes have you received?
I don't have a number offhand. I know there have been some takes, but I don't have a specific number.
So there have been some reported?
There have been some reported, yeah.
Okay, is it a high amount, low amount?
I don't think it's been a lot, no.
10, 5, 100?
I don't know. I'd struggle to put an exact number on it, and I don't know, over what time period.
Well, I would hopeful that would be a number that would be pretty easy to obtain. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of those calls would probably go to NOAA Fisheries as well, not necessarily to us.
John, then I'm going to get you. Go ahead, John.
Hey, so when I was asking my questions earlier, I was saying I didn't mean, I guess where I was wrong is I was thinking the state had way more control of this. So if I'm putting all of this together, and pretty much it's a yes or no question, the federal government gave North Carolina so many takes, and then once you reach them takes, the federal government says North Carolina's got to shut down whether you want to or not. Am I getting that correct?
Well, I guess they don't necessarily say we have to shut down. I mean, they would encourage us to do so because it would jeopardize our compliance with the permit. And if we don't maintain compliance with the permit, then there's a high likelihood that they would pull that permit.
I guess what I'm saying is, they can give you so many takes, but who, I guess, dictates the, I don't want to use the word seriousness or how much validity for what it takes. So like if you reach the takes they say, are they the ones saying, you reach this many takes, you've allotted, like Director Rawls said, you've gone into what you got for next year, shut the entire state down? Or is that still a North Carolina decision of, well, if most of these takes are in A, we can still leave a little bit open, and it's just, but basically the decision's made, well, we'll just shut the whole thing down. Is it more federal pressure, or can the state really do something and leave something open? Is it possible for the state to leave something open if they wanted to?
I'm going to let Kat answer that.
So, Commissioner Millette, really it is, it's me that makes those decisions, really, with the guidance of the staff, obviously, about where the data is coming from, where the observations have come from. But what we did with Management Unit A, as we've talked about, is that was our letting things ride a little bit. We shut that down in hopes that these other areas would not encounter any sturgeon. And to, Mike's point, sometimes these things happen. Maybe this will never happen again. We've not experienced it before, but we have not had this few takes either, nor have we had the small amount of effort that we are having. So this is all happening under a small amount of effort. It's a lot of takes under a little bit of effort. It's very problematic, and it's going to continue to be problematic unless this was a complete anomaly. I don't know that I'm going to be completely on board with that because some of our independent sampling continues to ruffle NMFS's feathers as well, and we're dealing with that on our own end right this minute, and we are encountering more sturgeon and more turtles as well. So it's an issue, period. And to the point of the state needs to sit down with the federal government. The state has sat down with the federal government over and over about this, trying to get more takes, because really we can recalculate, which we did, which did free up some sturgeon. But honestly, if we open the wrong area, a couple of takes is going to put us right back where we were. It's not going to be a long-lived thing here. So you can recalculate how you do it, how you pull the numbers together, where you pull them from. But at the end of the day, we need more fish.
But as long as
things keep going at this rate, like they went this year.
So as long as until the federal government gives you more takes, it's going to stay the same.
Yes, it's going to stay the same, and it really is a roll of the dice to try and manage the fishery. Do we leave it open? Do we close it? Do we leave it open for for E. And I remember Sammy and I's conversation when I called him and told him that this was coming. He said, well, the crowd in E is going to go bananas. And we had that very conversation before we issued the proclamation, because we knew that. We knew that what is the potential for them to catch a sturgeon in E? It ain't very much, but if they do, and the feds understand that we are already dipping into next year's allotment, it just puts us in a bad spot for compliance with the ITP.
And I appreciate all of that, and I'm real quick. And I guess what concerned me is been on the water my whole life, and I may not be as seasoned as Sammy, but I mean, ain't that far from you, no matter what you think. But my entire life, I never saw a sturgeon. I've seen more sturgeon in the last 5 years than I have in my entire life. But I've never caught one. But the one I've seen have just been jumping. I mean, one almost probably killed me if I had to been a foot over to the right, come in the boat with me and rip me apart, I mean, so I'm seeing more. So what I'm concerned with is I feel like the efforts to protect are obviously working, but if just mere interactions is causing this, for the commercial fishery, it's only a matter of time. Well, somebody hook and line fishing catches one, and then they're posting on Facebook that they caught a sturgeon. Then what's that going to start? And then where does that snowball? And it's just going to be more and more and more and more. So that's my concern, and that's just what scares me. So.
All right, so we're going to go to William, and then Tom's going to finish it up. When he gets done, we're moving to something else.
Jason, what happens when the state is out of compliance? What would be the outcome? Or what would be the likely outcome if we were out of compliance with our permit?
I mean, that's kind of uncharted territory. We haven't necessarily been in that situation yet. Typically we try to work to make sure we stay in compliance with the permit. I have had some discussions with NOAA staff, under scenarios where we made good faith efforts to maintain compliance with the permit, kind of what that would look like. And the general indication I got from them was, as long as we could show that we made that good faith effort to maintain compliance, then it probably wouldn't be a big issue. But now if we didn't, then who knows? There's no expectation that we would ever exceed the permit.
County that was set to expire July the 1st of this year, and this bill would extend the moratorium to July 1st of 2031. The Division of Marine Fisheries is part of a legislative work group. Senator Hanig and Representative Goodwin reached out to me and DEQ staff to ask if we would be interested in sitting in on a work group to talk about fisheries regulations, and we said absolutely. And this was following the 442 bill, and I think just the timing is right to get folks together to talk about fisheries and how do we build a better mousetrap and do this more collaboratively together to work on this. I think it's a great time to do this. There are a lot of people at the table from various groups. The CCA is represented, the Wildlife Federation, the North Carolina Marine and Estuary Foundation, the Fisheries Association is there, the North Carolina Watermen United is there, recreational, commercial fishermen, seafood dealers, Dr. Fodry is there, Dr. Scharf and Dr. Buckle. So there's a lot of folks in the room interested in talking about fisheries issues and coming to the table and trying to work together to get to a better place than where we are. We have had 2 meetings. First meeting was sort of an introductory meeting. The second meeting, we discussed the FRA, things that we liked about the FRA, things that we don't, things that we'd like to change. As you can imagine, there are a lot of differing views around that table, so it made for some very good and interesting conversation. There was a lot of discussion about the rebuilding schedule that we're currently under and potential changes to that, the public review process and how the public participates in that, as well as teeth for the chip, which I think we've been hearing since the chip was created. The chip needs teeth, and that was a big topic around the table, and just additional concerns for habitat issues. Again, one thing we all did agree on that the timing is good for this, and it's absolutely something that is worthy to do, so we're looking forward to continuing those discussions. Our next meeting will likely be sometime in June, And the work group will be sitting in with the Joint Environmental Review Commission to hear the results of the collaboratory study. And this will be a good opportunity to be in the room with legislators on both sides of the fence to talk about some of these issues and to listen to those discussions when those collaboratory report findings are presented to that group. You'll be hearing some of that this afternoon from Dr. Fodry. He's here to talk about the collaboratory report and the findings, so we look forward to hearing from him on that as well.
from Director Rawls, and she was talking about some of these issues with the collaboratory and the study that's out there. So thanks for the time. I'm very sincerely not trying to blow smoke. There are so many facts and there's so many details and there's so many levels of expertise that a study like this has a certain overview-ish, right? So it's very overview, and it tries to cross species. And so in the course of this study, I was able to talk to, ballpark 100 fishermen, and every single one of them surprised me. I never knew what they were going to say. They might be flaming mad about something, or they're totally thinking about the dollars, or they might be the most conservation-minded people. Commercial fishermen who love recreational fishermen who love commercial fishermen. So I am aware of, again, this is kind of an overview and it's kind of a catch-all. And I think that has some value, right? Because there are so many details and the species have such specific stories that one thing this study allowed us to do was kind of take more of a broad overview and maybe look for some solutions for discussion, which are certainly ongoing. All right. So the General Assembly's mandate, if you remember, if you ever saw it, it was about 3 or 4 sentences. We would evaluate the status of our state's fisheries and the habitats those fisheries depend upon. It gave us a time frame and what resources we had. And it listed the 13 species that you see on your left. We did feel empowered through conversations with the collaboratory to certainly be aware of the other species that matter in North Carolina and that are, managed jointly or managed sometimes at the council level, as you see on your right. And so there's a bit of a mix and match in our report as we could gather data, certainly on the 13 species, listed as 14 if we split striped bass sometimes, but also including some of the interjurisdictional and council managed species. I've been given this talk, a very similar talk to different groups. The River Keepers have a symposium called Water Quality for Fisheries. There's a Southeast Alliance fisheries group. And so I have a few slides that are really more to orientate those groups, but they've stayed in here. And you're looking at one of those slides. So the collaboratory was directed to do this evaluation because at the time we were hitting the 25-year mark after the FRA. And I've just pulled one line from the FRA. We're trying to protect these coastal resources and balance the commercial and recreational needs, which, as I'm sure y'all are well aware, that sort of puts you at times on the edge of a razor. And so how we might do that, what systems are in place that we like, that we'd want to keep, is there anything that we could add or take away to the process that might help us improve fisheries management. The mandate for the General Assembly did talk about coastal habitats because we were also at about the 50-year horizon of the Coastal Area Management Act, obviously engaged in the conservation of coastal resources. But maybe specifically for us, there is this neat document that North Carolina has, this very forward-thinking document, the CHIP. And so we took some time to look at the CHIP and, again, ask what do we like or what might be strengthened. And I'll come back to that. And as Director Rawls said, our conclusions are probably the same conclusions you've been hearing for 25 years about what the CHIP needs. I think she's right on that. So we really broke up our report into these two things. Hopefully it's big enough where you can see. We really wanted to try to define and contextualize how North Carolina is doing at the bulk level across all species and habitats. And we came up with these different indicator approaches, which looks at environmental, social, biological data. I'll talk about that really quickly. We also took the opportunity to compare stocks that are managed in North Carolina to those same stocks as they're managed in South Carolina or Georgia or Florida or Gulf states. But also stocks that are managed, again, at the council level, and to see if the councils get better results than states, and specifically North Carolina do. And then we looked at the management process. And last time the only other time I sat in front of you, I talked about seagrass. That was pretty fun. I think we were all friends. And today I'm going to show some data that kind of represent trends in the management process. And I'm here for whatever feedback you can provide. Okay, so we basically looked at, what data could we pull out of the management process. We could look at timelines for FMPs and amendments and supplements. We could look at how many votes have happened, what are the trends in the votes, things like that. I'll show you some data. And really, from these two things, where do we sit with the status of our stocks and what happens with management? Could we make recommendations that we thought might be valuable to consider and have further discussion? And again, as Director Ross said, we go to Raleigh periodically for the next year, and we're having conversations with members of the rec side, the commercial side, some legislators, fisheries, other parties, a few academics, forums like this, to see if there are some tweaks that we as North Carolinians would want to adopt or not. Okay. All right, so the report is long because we did spend a lot of time trying to pull data. You're going to get a few highlights. If you happen to have questions about the report, just something you remember, I'm open to taking those questions. I'll do my best to remember and answer. There are times where I was more or less involved in an aspect of the study. We had 9 researchers across 4 universities. I'll try to be very open. If I feel like I don't understand what we're looking at well enough in the moment, I'll try to direct you to the people, or I can follow up to get you in touch with people that may have better answers than I. I'll try not to give any incorrect answers under duress. Okay. So one thing we did is we said, well, how intensely does North Carolina appear to be managing its fisheries? And you're looking at 2 figures. I may have no ability to use a pointer. But on your left, what you're looking at is a score of management intensity. And that management intensity incorporates those 7 factors that you see at the bottom. Is there a stock assessment for that species? And what does that stock assessment include? Does it include fishery independent data, or just fishery dependent data, or just fishery independent data? Things of that nature. How long ago was a stock assessment? Is it recent? Is it back in the past? And for each of these 7 categories, there are these sub-factors that you could use to score points. And as you score points, your index of management intensity rises, okay? And so on the x-axis of the figure on the left is a timeline, and on the y-axis is how well you're scoring. And one thing that you might take away from this is that over time, since the FRA, kind of immediately after the FRA, the gears or the application of what appear to be consensus good approaches, best management practices, North Carolina, y'all, DMF, we have been incorporating those things that appear to be good for management effectiveness. There's a range of scores for different species. I think things like blue crabs and striped bass are scoring pretty high. I think one of the lower species is like sheep's head. Just because of, we don't know what we don't know. On the right-hand side of this figure, you're looking at a comparison of states across 4 decades, or 4 time periods, I should say. These were states, again, Southeast and Gulf Coast states that we thought had reasonable, comparative value. Texas, Louisiana, Florida, I think Georgia, South Carolina. Sometimes we ventured a little bit north. So for some graphs, we had Chesapeake Bay data, or sometimes we'd have data from like Maryland. So there's a bit of a hodgepodge just because different groups doing different things. But if you start on the left-hand side of this figure, before the FRA, North Carolina had relatively low intensity scores, and we were kind of middling among states. Since the FRA, if you think about the types of things that there's a consensus agreement, these are good for management, North Carolina scores have strengthened, and across the 7 or 8 jurisdictions that we're showing here, North Carolina tends to be a top 1, 2, or 3. North Carolina, Louisiana, and I think if I remember correctly, well, it's been a while. I remember North Carolina, Louisiana tend to be 2 at the top. I think Louisiana's yellow here. So again, in terms of the pieces you might want, there's some evidence that, yeah, like North Carolina can be proud that we're at least making the attempt. We've been thoughtful, and on a superficial level, we're putting gears in place that ought to work. So then we try to square this with something that, again, most of all of us already know, that despite having these gears in place, I don't think any of us spend all of our time being thrilled about the stock status of our fisheries, broadly speaking. So on the left, this is another timeline of classifications that largely come from DMF and data they provide about, are stocks doing well? Do they appear depleted? Have they gone down, but now they're recovering? Do we not know? Or are we in a concern status? And what I see here, what I've said repeatedly, y'all could, redirect me, is that I see kind of the process that we have kind of holding a line. Things aren't getting terribly worse, but they're also not getting terribly better. We're about in the same position we were 25 years ago. Some of the stocks that are in the green have gone to red. A few of the stocks that were in the yellow have gone to green. So we've had a few stocks flip back and forth. It's not been totally static. But in a broad sense, we appear to be kind of, again, like, we're keeping our finger in the dike, but we're not really fixing the dike, I suppose. Across the states that we looked at in more detail, in this table, what you're going to see is the average terminal year of the stock assessments that we have. And notice that as of 2025, I'm not sure it would have changed since 2025, but as of 2025, the average terminal year for stock assessments for the stocks in North Carolina that we have the assessments for was, over 6 years old. We have those stock assessments for 7 stocks. And as you look at the table, that puts us kind of in a leadership position across all the states. Texas doesn't have a stock status report for any of their species they're managing. So it looks like we're putting in the work, and I'm using the royal we because I've not done the work, but the state is putting in the work to have the data to be able to say something. It appears to move fairly slow, but compared to other states, you're trying to use the right approach. At the same time, if you look at the percent overfished or the percent overfishing, it's essentially 2/3 of the stocks. And the reason it's 2/3 of 7 stocks is because we did include sheep's head. That was just a choice of the group leaders to include the not yet accepted sheep's head stock assessment that's been created and not fully peer reviewed. So it's really 4 out of 6 in both cases are experiencing either overfishing or they're overfished. And that puts us kind of on the bottom level relative to other states. And so, I basically, just as kind of a layman, I've heard this debate a lot over the last 15 years. North Carolina is not doing as well as other states. From those percentages, you might take that perspective. From the perspective of, how much data we have and how much effort we're putting into actually knowing what the stock status of our stocks are, we're kind of a leader across states. And so we've been stuck in this sort of quagmire to a degree. And so, right now, clearly, this is no shock. Again, this is a slide that was for other audiences. We have some severe controversies in the state about how well we're managing our fisheries. And I'll show you some data about sort of general satisfaction with our process within the state here at the end. So, I'm fairly sympathetic to the challenges that all of us face in that so many things are changing in this state. And I don't know that the system that we have, the system that we've created, is designed to actually account for this in a way that is going to satisfy anybody. I feel like that's kind of a profound statement. Like, we've done all this work and maybe we just don't have the gears yet to deal with some of the actual underlying issues. So no shock here, but these are the data. This is a graph on the left of how population numbers are increasing in our 20 coastal counties over the last, is this 4 decades and change, I think. It's a 50% increase, and it's only going to keep going up. And on the right-hand graph, it says cumulative single-family residences, SFR. That means cumulative across all the counties. So the number of new single-family residences is sort of growing exponentially in our 20 coastal counties. And we're at the point now where every year we're gaining about 200,000 new single-family residences, right? And so that may have some of those environmental impacts that I kind of heard referenced before, but it's also more people perhaps maybe trying to access the resources directly. And so are we positioned to kind of deal with that in a macro sense? From some of the fisheries data, this is a fairly complicated figure, so give me some time to try to explain it. You're looking at commercial harvest over time across about 44 different species. And the key thing to know to understand this figure, let's just take river herring at the bottom. The data for river herring and the colors you see are constrained to where its catches through time exist relative to its all-time maximum for that species. So for instance, early in this data set, the river herring appears in a darker blue. That means that was peak river herring catches. And for river herring, as the colors shift, you're seeing a decrease relative to that long-term maximum or that all-time maximum. That doesn't mean that river herring has become either more or less important relative to other species. That would be a separate graph, right? So as maybe a better example, even as blue crab may go from blue to pink, being pink doesn't mean that blue crab is not one of the most important fisheries in the state. It means that relative to its maximum year of harvest, it has become less, or if it went from pink to blue, it's become more abundant in harvest. And, you know, maybe we all see something different here, but what I see is early in the data set, you know, there were some species that tended to be targeted. They were like river herring. I think you see some spot in here. You see clams. You see some oysters. You see like a lot of estuarine species, what you might call low-hanging fruit. And there's just been this consistent shift through time. Commercial fishermen through time have been finding access to new fisheries. And as we get to 2021, we're kind of seeing species that today we're having the highest catches of those species relative to their past. And it's things that are more offshore. You're going to see tuna on here, for instance. So really it's the fishing shifting from more sort of, you know, things that are in creeks to things that are out on more blue water out on the coast. But there's been this sort of steady shift through time with little hiccups there. This is all superimposed on the figures on the right, which we all know, and that is that both the number of commercial fishing trips and the overall commercial harvest have been trending down at decadal scales. The recreational fishing, again, it's kind of a noisy figure, but I see something like a signal here. So when the data set started, I think you had this group of a core group of 6 or 7 species that were in their heyday. Again, spot shows up. I think summer flounder shows up. It's so small I can't see it here on my thing, but I'm going from memory. And some other species. And then in the mid-90s, you know, there's actually kind of this drop-off for all species. And then around the millennia, there's just kind of this huge diversification. And so recreational fishermen now are sort of accessing lots of different fishes. Because we all have different interests, we all have different tastes, we all live in different places, but there's just sort of this broad diversification. And from the rec side, you know, the trips and the catches were going up until about a decade ago, and now we're seeing decreases in trips and decreases in catches on the rec side too. And so now everybody's really ticked off, and y'all hear it all. Now, I guess as a scientist, what I would highlight is that these are troubling because maybe all of us, maybe not all of us, but a lot of us would probably say, you know, one solution to this for us, thinking myopically, is more resources to do better management. And so we have to go to the state, and the state either can or can't provide those resources. But these are just 2 examples of things that would concern me if I was trying to manage. So these are on the left, you're seeing ambient monitoring stations in the state's estuaries. So the state was investing more and more in monitoring water quality until about the year 2000. And then for reasons that I don't fully understand, the state has decreased its effort in monitoring water quality in estuarine waters. If I were to show you riverine waters, this graph would look different. I think it would actually trend up. But within the estuaries, it's going down. And there really is no broad water quality monitoring in Pamlico Sound. And then, as DMF will well know, because of financial constraints and losing their boat, we do have this program 195. You see the strata here. And there's serious questions about how the program 195 can or will move forward. in a time when there's a lot of consternation, uncertainty, and a lot of change. And so, being a bit glib or maybe just big mouth, like losing Program 195 in the way it's been run certainly worries me as a layman, although I think there are some ways to mitigate, and I'm learning more about it. But this is a challenging time to have decreased ability to say what's going on in the system as opposed to increased ability. So something to think about. All right. This isn't from our report, but I just want to highlight this because I do like seagrass, and I think it makes a very important point that I think y'all are really challenged to deal with, and y'all might not agree. And you may have seen these graphs before. I think maybe I showed you these graphs before. But, these are pretty dated at this point, but these are maps from 2006 and 2013. And this is a picture of high salinity seagrass cover in this state. And just from the areas that are colored, either green or yellow, we know there was about 10,000 acres of loss in just these 7 years, give or take a few thousand acres. And we're still waiting for new updated maps to really see if this trend has continued, accelerated, or stopped. And then there's actually, to me, and I try not to be an alarmist, but to me, there's some perhaps untold losses here, because notice how much the map goes from green to yellow. That means those areas have gone from contiguous to patchy. Well, that's not all seagrass, it's patchy seagrass. And if that's 50% cover and not 100% cover, you're losing grass, but those aren't in the tables and the data that you may have seen. So this is thousands of acres of seagrass. And what I can tell you is that little blue crabs are in the seagrass in really high numbers, and then they may jump across the sound in some places, but they use the seagrass. We think of the lower salinity brackish waters for things like spot. If I go to the seagrass in March, I can catch 1,000 little spot in about a 30-second tow with a little 15-foot trawl. Now they're gone after April. They move on to somewhere else. My point is, I'm an ecologist. I can't tell you how this seagrass loss has affected our fisheries. I can't tell you. And I don't think you can tell me. I'd be very impressed if you can. And so is this a big part of what's happening with blue crabs, or is it not it at all? How are we going to manage as a group if we don't have answers to things like this? So thinking more holistically, I think, is a real imperative here, and I'll come back to that at the end. Kind of relatedly, I don't have a ton on water quality, but I just want to tell you one tale, and it's near and dear to my heart. So the Newport River estuary down in the Morehead City area, if you read the old stuff, the Newport River was like one of the prime oyster areas for the state. Again, it goes back decades and even like a century. So what I really want to direct your attention to are the maps that have the big black areas on your right, okay? So if you looked at the area of the Newport River that you could both grow and harvest subtidal oysters, that black area is represented in 1904. And then in 1961, there's a little erosion on the downstream end. And we actually know why that happens. It's saltwater intrusion. It's actually really hard to grow subtidal oysters long term in really salty water because boring sponge or drills or fish kill them, right? Physiologically, oysters have no problem with salty water, but their predators do really well in salty water, or their pest. So we know salt water was moving up, and that eroded where you could grow subtidal oysters. And in the 70s, notice there's some erosion on the upstream end. And that was a water quality closure. That's a permanent water quality closure. And it happened after the wastewater treatment facility in Morehead failed, and it's never reopened since then. And then in the 90s, it moved a little farther downstream, that closure line. It's moved downstream one more time. And then by 2016, because of saltwater intrusion, that downstream end is still eroding away. So at the bottom, that little sliver is the area that you could grow subtidal oysters, just on the bottom. I'm not talking about in bags and racks. You can maybe still do that for sure. But you could grow subtidal oysters and then harvest them for human consumption, right? This is like an 85% decrease in the area where you could grow and harvest subtidal oysters. Now, subtidal oysters can grow upstream of this zone, but you can't harvest them. And we don't do relay in the state anymore as of 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. And that could be a good or bad thing. I'm open to that conversation too. But so the number 85% doesn't even matter. What happens when these lines cross, right? Because that's coming, and then this figure is going to have nothing but white, and there's going to be no zone that you could grow and harvest subtidal oysters if things keep going like they're going. How do you deal with that in y'all's management world? So I'm pretty sure this was AI generated. This was an early attempt to use AI. This is kind of a summary table of things that we think we see at the ecosystem level. And actually, I need to apologize. Somehow I feel like, this was an important point that I skipped over. So overall, as part of our study, we were able to pull long-term data on over 150 environmental variables: chlorophyll A, nitrogen levels, nitrogen in the Cape Fear, nitrogen in the noose, fisheries data, habitat cover data, social data. And of those 156 variables, 6 out of 10 were showing statistically significant long-term changes. You've got over half of the variables in this system shifting at decadal scales. So, this is a severe moving target in which y'all sit in the middle of the maelstrom trying to manage these stocks and these systems that are all shifting. So you have a real challenge. Okay, but as a summary, here are some highlights. North Carolina is a fast-growing state. People are moving here in droves, and they're moving to the coast. That's increasing development. We weren't really a study that was looking at climate change, but the data would tell you the water is getting warmer, the air around the water is getting warmer. We know that sea level rise has kind of kicked up in the last 15 years for sure, based on the data. We are seeing increases in nitrogen loading and chlorophyll A in the areas that we do have data for places like Pamlico Sound. This corresponds to less SAV, less estuarine wetlands. We're gaining wetlands because they're actually creeping in neat ways inland. We have species that are declining based on the fishery independent data. We have a few species that are going up. Shrimp and speckled trout are 2 examples of species that have gone up recently. We've got some species going up that we don't want, like invasive catfish. And what are they doing in the Albemarle Sound? And then we've got increases in some species in the catch data, like tuna, dolphin. And we've got decreases in some of the classics, like scallops and clams, river herring. And we've got changes in the recreational effort and the commercial effort and the harvest, at times on a very species-specific basis. So it's all about a lot of things changing. At the same time, you're trying to manage in this very dynamic, changing system. And what you see here on this figure on the left is a timeline for all the different species that we were supposed to look at. Anytime you see a gray bar, that's the original FMP process or an amendment or a supplement. And so you can see the gaps in between the FMPs or amendments. And then there's kind of just a long-term summary of the time between those actions on the right-hand side. And so the blue bars are if we only consider amendments, and the yellow bars if we consider amendments and supplements. And if you include the supplements, it's going to decrease the time between actions. So the original FRA actually specified that you were supposed to update these FMPs every 3 years. And that was later revised to be 5 years because there just appeared to be no chance they were going to hit the 3-year threshold. And so now the standard is 5 years, and what North Carolina appears to be hitting, or doesn't appear to be, the data say we're hitting about every 7 years. And so this is a long, hard process. So, I use the example a lot in the last couple of years of striped mullet. What I was seeing with my own eyes, even as like a scientist with striped mullet, kind of didn't fit where we were in a management framework, I think because of lags. And that's a real challenge that I know we all feel and don't like. All right. You're a good-looking audience, but it's time to attack. So, and not really attack. So, if you look at what the commission's doing, on the upper left, we've got a timeline, and it's just kind of some basic metric of how active you're able to be in terms of the motions you're passing. And we also have this figure for specific rule-related motions, and it shows basically the same thing. But the ability to have enough information in front of you, or to have enough actionable things in front of you for you to be making motions and voting, appears to be going down through time. I will say I would have rather had the years and years and years to kind of look through everything that's happening. An argument could be is, hey, we've knocked out all the big things, so there's going to be less activity. We probably don't feel that way in the room. So I don't think it's exactly that, but that is a plausible hypothesis that I didn't have the time to fully arbitrate. On the upper right-hand side, that's some metric of how unanimous the votes have been through time. And we really hesitate to say this is some measure of consensus among you. There may have been no consensus back in the early days, but there was galvanizing debate that somehow could have led to unanimous votes. That's possible. But what's clear is there's a pretty strong trend to the ability of the commission to somehow land on unanimous votes where everybody seems to be in agreement has gone down through time. Lower left, this is some measure of the activity of the General Assembly. The General Assembly has really not have any long-term trend of becoming more or less engaged. They had a spike of engagement in the early 2010s. I don't think that means very much in terms of anything specific that we can figure out from the types of votes they were doing. But, they basically have this background level of engagement that seems to be consistent. And the proclamations that are made to manage the different species, so the different species are the different colors, the mode and tempo of using proclamations to do things has trended down for reasons that you could probably describe better than I. But all in all, there's like this grinding of the gears potential that kind of that we see. The only new data that we collected in this study was to do a fairly broad survey with DMF's help of how recreational, commercial fishermen and other lay people not in the fisheries, how they perceive the management process, how happy they were. The full report has probably 30 or 40 figures asking different ways. Are you engaged? Do you feel like your input is used? Blah, blah, blah. The scores are low. There's no other way to say it. The scores are uniformly low, kind of across the board. People are not in a good place. And I see what DMF does to try to do outreach. And so I half blame the people. You don't show up. Like it's a tough situation we're all in. Clearly what's being tried isn't working. I don't know how you make it work, but there's uniform dissatisfaction. And y'all live through that more than anybody. So taking all these data together, what might some recommendations be? And the first one is maybe the most specific big one, and that is to integrate an independent SSC. So they would sit in some ways ahead of you and alongside of DMF in the process. The composition of the SSC would be up to our leaders and y'all to have input to decide. It ought to be a mix, presumably, of scientists and staff and fishermen and other stakeholders to really understand how the stock assessments happen. I've read every stock assessment for all these species across the last 3 years, and it is a real challenge for me to understand, how all the sausage is made. Like, it's just tough. So everything we can do to get more people understanding, that process, I think, is a good thing. And so having this SSC would maybe lead to more engagement in some corners, and it would do these other things that I don't know if it's too small on your screen, but it would address some of the problems we see. We do have stocks where there's not a peer-reviewed stock assessment. We do have terminal stock assessment years that are probably too far in the past. We know that the councils, in a general sense, tend to get better outcomes in terms of the percentages of stocks that are overfished or that have overfishing. They have an SSC approach, so there's some reason to think it could work there. As the attempt is to be a scientist, I feel bad for the seat here that is the science seat. From my perspective, based on what I've heard and what I've seen, at times the scientist seat has become too much of a tie-breaking vote. That's not a good place for science to sit, I don't think. So it's not to remove the science from this table, it's to put the science into the SSC and strengthen the science. What it would leave the commission to do is to sort of figure out how to implement what the SSC says ought to happen. If you read the report, we're clearly looking for gears to make the two key sectors work a little more collaboratively. And so having an SSC is one approach so that you could have the two key sectors work perhaps a little more collaboratively. Or not, that might be too Pollyanna-ish. We've heard a lot, and I think y'all know that the advisory committees, there's a perception that they're not as engaged, they're not as useful as maybe like they thought they would be at the early days. at the FRA, and so having an SSC with ACs could be a way to reinvigorate and better use advisory committees. And for some species where you may want a total allowable catch, the SSC is a way to get there. That wouldn't apply to all species. There'd be some, again, galvanizing debate, hopefully, to decide what species attack total allowable catch might be appropriate for. It wouldn't be all. The recommendation number 2, and we have a lot of kind of words in the report, is to enhance stakeholder participation and trust and engagement. I'm going to talk about that last. The SSC is one way to do that, but not the only way. The other recommendations deal with sort of ecosystem level factors. Do we need an ecosystem-based approach, a separate committee that's kind of looking at the ecosystem in a whole that wouldn't replace FMPs, but could be complementary and help contextualize what's happening in fisheries, whether it's blue crab or spot or something we care about. Number 4 is one that I struggle with because I've talked out of both sides of my mouth with y'all. There seems to be an imperative to halt or reverse these habitat losses that we're seeing. But at the same time, if you look at the FRA, one of the mandates of the FRA is to understand the functional relationship between habitat and fish stocks. And I will be fairly accusatory. We have never gotten there. We do not understand the functional relationship between seagrass and crabs or seagrass and spot. And so we need renewed effort to actually link those functionally, which the FRA calls for. And somehow it's not really been a part of the CHIP as I read the CHIP. And then the 5th recommendation is to really look at our P&As. I'm a big fan of what North Carolina did in the 70s. I'm super impressed. And at the same time, I think it was kind of, let's set these things and then not reevaluate. Let's monitor, but not really have discussions around, are they working? This graph shows a catch rate based upon the P120 program that says we're not seeing as many juvenile animals in these P&As over time. So what's causing that? Is that something big environment, or is it something local like sedimentation or any other factor? But they're not doing what we want them to do. And now that we're 40 years into having them, 50 years into having them, that's not something we want. Lastly, I don't want the report to come off as just a bunch of complaints like we're not doing well. MLK was impactful not just because of his message, but because of the approach he took. Like, he didn't just say, hey, I want to complain and complain. He literally had a dream that he wanted to express. And so I think we need to have that same sort of big picture dream of what we want out of our fisheries management. Again, I'm really impressed by the level of detail you got to deal with, but there's also a big picture here too. And so with the CHIP, it does not have teeth. We've got to fix that. You just got to work on that like early and often. There are a couple of approaches that could be kind of left field zany. We don't really do a stock assessment for seagrass in the same way that you do for blue crabs. And therefore there are no, thou shall, the state must, if we get down to 60,000 acres of seagrass. What we do right now is we describe it really well that we're losing it, but there is no trigger, there are no teeth. So you could do something like a stock assessment that required the state to act, required us to act. And that's a huge fight because you got to bring developers in and other, people that have interest in the state, and we're not going to agree easily. So that's a big one. The other thing that you could do, as an example, and this would not be popular, this would be terrible. But notice on this figure here, this is essentially how much fishing you allow on the y-axis. So currently, you use the stock assessment to figure out like what biomass you're trying to maintain. And you'll come to some sort of agreement. The stock assessment scientist will say something about the shape of a curve that you might allow, how much fishing based upon how much biomass, and that might be shown by the figure on the top, or the line on the top. Well, if that's based upon some past world where we had 100,000 acres of seagrass, and now we've got 50,000 acres of seagrass, you could drop that line correspondingly. This model exists in other management frameworks. And therefore, you were asking fishermen to take a hit for something that's probably not their fault, right? But you're doing that to conserve the stock. And that is a really tough thing to do. But like, where are the teeth in all this habitat protection that we talk about if we don't do something like this? or some other version that gets us to a similar goal of having teeth. So then the last thing is just, and I'm kind of going above what the collaboratory report was about, but given that low satisfaction, given our needs, I think there's something you didn't mention. You covered what we've been talking about in Raleigh really well, Director Rawls, really well. But the one thing that I heard in those meetings last time was also a real desire across the different stakeholders for more collaborative research, collaborative data gathering, collaborative projects where we work together to knock off some of these big ticket issues. And let's talk about one of the biggest ones. So this picture is like a shrimp trawler. I'll say to y'all, to a person, what I say to everybody: call me a liar, call me a fool. I don't think any of us really knows what'll happen if we turned off shrimp trawling in this state. We all have some pieces of data. And I think if y'all were really patient, I could bore you for the next 3 hours with data that I've seen that tells me it might cause a lot of stocks to bounce back, or it may not. But I can tell you for a fact that if I look in the newspapers in 1951 and 1950, I see the same exact argument about shrimp trawling that we've had the last couple years. It's the same. And scientists are saying the same things that the scientists said in 1950 and 1951. And so until we find a different way to approach this issue and do something collaborative, I think we're looking at further fights, and that leads to this sort of dissatisfaction and people kind of tuning out. And so if I had a plea for y'all, it's not really y'all's job to make that happen, but y'all can be advocates for it if you agree with it. But I think that would be a very positive way forward. And with that, I do appreciate your time. I guess I can take some questions if there's interest, how this works. And I didn't say this well, but this was a group of researchers from Carolina and State and ECU and Wilmington. All the coastal state universities had people that were engaged in this. They're all really good resources. They all would love to be more collaborative. So, reach out to me or any of them if you have interest in issues. We're here to help. We're here to serve. That's the goal. All right. Thanks a bunch. I guess I can take questions.
Go ahead, John. I figured Doug would have his hand up at me. That's why I looked straight to Doug.
Had just a few questions on the SAV bottom with the seagrass.
Okay.
How are y'all collecting that data on what's patchy, what's solid? Are y'all doing that through aerial photography, or are y'all doing that? And if so, what's the mean depth of water that the SAVs are in? Okay,
so I'm long-winded. So be aware, and you may be well aware, but if you're not, in this state, we really got two types of SAV. We've got the high salinity. That's the stuff on the backside of the Outer Banks or down like where I live, like Core Sound. And then along the mainland, on the western side of Pamlico Sound, you've got low salinity SAV. First point, I'm only talking about the high salinity SAV because guess what? We don't really have good maps of what's happening with the low salinity SAV because it's really hard to map because the water's not clear. So yeah, what happens in the high salinity areas is they fly planes and they take photos, and they cover the state about every 5 years. And this is the problem. I mean, this is one of the problems. You know who does that monitoring? It's a hodgepodge. For now, APNEP, if you don't know APNEP, the Albemarle Pamlico National Estuary Partnership, they've really kind of stepped up and said, we want to be involved in this. And they've hunted and pecked for some grants to do this mapping for now. And they've gone to volunteers like the universities, and they've said, will you help us? And we've chipped in some. But the state is not providing us the resources to have a plan, a program of monitoring to do that. So who knows if this will continue in the future. Now, to define contiguous and patchy, there is a saint. There is a guy who's a saint with NOAA down in Beaufort, and he's passionate about kind of seagrass. And so he literally looks at the photos and he just draws shapes. In the future, this should be automated, some sort of algorithm that could do it more quickly. We're relying on a guy in a room drawing shapes. So not only is that time consuming, but it's probably not very perfect. In the high salinity areas, we're only going to find seagrass down to about 2 meters, so 6 feet, like at most. These are areas that on a good day, you're clearly going to see the bottom. But in the lower salinity SAVs, who knows what the situation is there. We don't have a good handle. We have some educated guesses. And this may sound like a critique, but it's not, because I'd be critiquing myself too. We do the fishery independent monitoring in the primary nursery areas, and we have the Pamlico Sound Survey. Do you know the survey program that covers the low salinity SAV to figure out how many little juvenile animals are in the low salinity SAVs? Correct me if I'm wrong, somebody. We don't have that survey program. It's really hard to sample. What do you put into those areas? You can't really pull a net through it. You just get nets full of grass. I do a survey on the high salinity SAV because the grass doesn't come up in the net. I'm just a guy. I may have as much data on what's in the seagrass in the high salinity areas. So we're really data poor. So my point is, man, I think I just complained a lot. There's a lot of road to go. There's a lot that could be done to do this better.
And there was a reason why I asked, because something that we're noticing, and I'll just say down around the Sneeds Ferry area, clamming, when I was a kid, eelgrass was everywhere. Then it went away after the hurricanes. Now we're bull raking, getting eelgrass everywhere, but yet everything is showing that there's none there. But we're like,
there it is.
It's
here,
but everything.
So
I'm just trying to say,
those maps get updated every 5 years, I think. So there's like a 5-year lag to,
So I got a question. So between Topsail Inlet and Masonboro Inlet, I got 4 inlets there.
Okay.
And so what we're seeing is all of our deep water disappeared. Beach renourishment, sand comes by, as we all know, it comes into estuaries. Then once that sand comes into those estuaries and it drops that water depth from like 8 feet, and this is, say, over the last 12 years, it drops it from 8 feet up to about 3 feet. So when it gets to 3 feet, the grasses take over, and they come in there and they get real thick. Then they catch that sand, because they're like a catcher's mitt. They catch that sand, and over 8 or 10 year period, I've watched it go from 8 feet and then get nice plush grass with a lot of stuff in it. And now those places, half of those bays are complete dry sandbar
shoals
all the way through. All the eelgrass and stuff dies, and now we've got a dry sandbar, and now marsh grass is taking over. And it's just what I see down in my area is, and you're never going to stop beach renourishment, but that sand is coming in and it's taking all the water away, and you can ask about anybody down there, there's no place for the fish to go anymore. At low tide, there's no water, and grass is good, but when it becomes sandbar, fish need water, and have you noticed that anywhere else?
In my neck of the woods, I haven't seen that. Certainly seagrasses are depositional environments, meaning they're going to catch sediment. So that's true. Our real shoals where I work, it becomes haliduli, but you're actually seeing eelgrass.
Well, it might. I don't
or
know
shoal grass.
I don't know the difference.
Yeah.
If I told you I know the difference, I'd be lying to you. I don't know the difference.
For future reference, shoal grass is like, if you're out there, it's like angel hair pasta. And the eelgrass is like a fettuccine noodle. Someone told me that one time.
So
that helped me.
It's both where I'm at then, because I got a thin blade and I got a thick blade. Yes, sir. Doug.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. So I was one of the people that put the chip goal into the law back in the 90s. And what we expected to happen, or at least what I expected to happen, was that through time that would create an inducement for improved focus on answering some key scientific questions so that we could figure out not only what the rates of loss might be, but what we were managing against. And so through time, the array of goals would be able to be set because we might have some notion how much of X, Y, or Z habitats we would need in order to fully support the complex life histories of all the different animals and plants that made up the estuarine systems, oceanic systems. And actually, for that matter, there are some cases where, because under federal law, and if you're not a marine mammal or you're a fish, and so sargassum seaweed is a fish for federal management purposes, and there is a fishery management plan with a sustainable catch rate, which happens to be defined as 0 because of the habitat value that way. But I don't think we have made much progress towards understanding how much we need. And so trying to manage by putting our fingers in the holes in the dike of loss doesn't take us back towards imagining what success looks like. I just wondered if you have ideas about, the same kind of SSC function that you described could also work in terms of the CHIP function, looking among the commissions at what the key questions are related to habitat needs and what the priorities might look like for APNEP and other such functions to answer key questions about.
Yeah.
And I would just say if you boiled down all the habitats that we have into 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 key categories and said, how do we stand today versus what we believe that we need? We're very well high availability, moderate, ultra low, declining, critically endangered habit, or something like that. Then you would have a way to focus. And I think we would all agree that P&A habitats, primary nursery area type habitats, are in that bailiwick. You mentioned it, and how we might be accounting for progress or lack thereof as seawalls and fluff on the bottom replaces the kinds of habitats that were there, and the watersheds get channelized, canalized, and all those other factors come into play. And I would say the same is true for SAB, and the same is true for Spartina, and for that matter, brackish water marsh. And I think the same is true, as we will talk about tomorrow, for deep water oyster reef habitat, which we now have an opportunity, as we'll talk about tomorrow, to actually talk about how much of that we ought to have, how much we have, and how we might get there over 10 years or 20 years or 30 years or something like that. So do you have any ideas about a mechanism to
I do.
Focus science on solving key problems that we're not addressing?
And so it probably wouldn't be seagrass because I haven't figured that out one yet. But I would take a sort of a creek, but you might think of it as a watershed. So take Gales Creek, right? It's not too far away from here. Gales Creek seeing real problems with sedimentation. It's had huge habitat change. Oysters may or may not be choked out. But I would work at that scale. Like I would work at the Gales Creek scale to try to figure out if you did fairly large experiments, could you actually see a change? Here's another example, and this shows how complicated all these issues are. I look at mosquito ditches and I see fish habitat because it's just chock full of little shrimp and fishes. Some people at NOAA, some really good people at NOAA, colleagues, people I want to work with, they look at mosquito ditches and they see a mechanism of marsh erosion and marsh loss, and they would like to fill them in. And they may be right? Both of these things can be true. So maybe these are really functional habitats for fish, but they're also leading to greater, more rapid marsh loss. So can we find the gears to go into large areas and do the experiments to plug up a bunch of mosquito ditches? You could do that. Like you might just write me off. I don't mind being written off. There is a bumper sticker that you see, no wetlands, no seafood. And I usually make the very cranky, glib joke, based on what data? Where are the data that tell me that's true? It's almost a religion, that we just believe that. Well, you could experiment it. You could do something like you change the function of these marshes. Maybe you're doing a great service by filling them back in because the NOAA crowd are right that you need to stop marsh erosion. But you'd also learn something about fish habitat at scale, at big scales. And so I would look for all those opportunities. A lot of these P&As were worried about sedimentation. I don't believe it when all the commercial guys tell me that they're keeping the system clean everywhere they go. But I do think they've got a great point that if you let them go into these systems and pull some nets and you can move that sediment around, what might happen? That's a good experiment. I like the experiment. And then the data tell you what the data tell you. It either sucked or it was great. Or then you got to figure out where that sediment went because it didn't disappear. It just went downstream somewhere perhaps. So you got to track that part too. But we seem to not have the ability as a group of people to come together to do those experiments. Something gets in the way. It's probably the protected species people. Sorry.
Yeah. So I know you're in a hurry. I'm going to let Sarah speak at least before you have to get out of here.
First of all, I think I just want to interpret what Commissioner Rader says, and that's just basically more science, please. I think we all struggle with older science that we're working with or limited science, and it breaks my heart to drive to, whether it's an AC meeting or a division or a commission meeting, driving past these incredible university facilities and not getting input from them when I have to make decisions. And I feel like so much of the time I'm making decisions almost in the blind, even when I try to do the homework and I read and I reach out. To have this at our fingertips would just be fantastic, and it just seems like it's not going to add a whole lot of cost just to have collaboration. And then, so that's my interpretation. It's my request more. I really love the idea of working like this. And then also too, as a fisherman in the northern Outer Banks, we definitely noticed a big loss of seagrass really close to Oregon Inlet this spring.
And it drives me crazy that I can't tell you what that's doing to our fisheries. And so y'all are, you're flying the plane with some blindfolds on. It makes it even harder. So this slide here, the collaborative part, I do want y'all to be aware that as a group of academic egghead scientists, we did not make a recommendation about more collaborative research because that sounded self-serving. That would be self-serving. It wasn't that we didn't like the idea, but we made a specific choice not to include it. So it was very gratifying, I thought. Maybe I heard what I wanted to hear. But at this stakeholder meeting, that the General Assembly is hosting, it just started around the room. Everybody was kind of a fan of collaborative research. So if we're all on board with that, maybe we're not, but if we are, that should be a goal that we all start, talking about to our friends and representatives and whatnot.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And just for the record, I also, as the scientist on the panel, very strongly endorse the collaboratory's recommendation for creating a scientific architecture on staff and off staff to serve those scientific needs. And I think that'll be really important. And as we discussed beforehand, I know you were requested not to suggest what kind of resources would be needed in order to implement something like that. Obviously, it depends on what it looks like in the scale and all those kinds of things. But I think for our purposes, we need to know what something like that should look like so that we can strongly advise the General Assembly to invest in that part in North Carolina. I mean, obviously, more science, better science is an infinite request. And so architecturally, though, I mean, in terms of actually making it work, what would it take? How much money, how many dedicated positions on staffs to fully service those kinds of demands would it take? And then we can, either as a body or individually, go to the General Assembly and strongly support that recommendation, but also translate it into real action now. Because let's say we did it tomorrow, it would still take years to begin bearing the fruits of that investment. And so it's not too late to expect action on your report now.
Yeah, we may have made a bad decision. We didn't want to be too prescriptive even about what the SSC might look like. I mean, who makes those? We cannot people-proof this system. That can't be the goal. So how do those seats arrive? Is it all governor appointments, or is there some legislative oversight, or is there different appointments based upon different groups getting to nominate? Those will all be sort of key details, because I'm sure one side or the other, or just people in the grocery store parking lot could be upset if the SSC didn't seem to represent the right sort of expertise. If it's not peopled correctly, that doesn't move the ball forward. So we were not too prescriptive. Maybe in the course of the next year, if we're having these conversations, or if the joint committee does exist in the future, they could hash that out, because I agree, the costs will matter. We know these are not the easiest times to get the state to invest money. That's just a reality. So,
yeah, Kat.
Yeah, just one comment about the investment of the state, and the cost does matter. I agree with that, but at this point, we're so far behind. Any communication you have with your legislators and representatives is better than nothing, because we really, the state is far behind, the department is far behind. I'm sure the universities are struggling. I mean, we see what's happening at the federal government level. This is a problem. We're falling off the radar on science, and it's affecting everything that we do. And the state is just not investing as they should, and they need to, and this is something that we need to focus on. If somebody wants to focus on something, that's really what we need to focus on first and foremost.
And thank you so much for staying late like you did.
Thank y'all.
I know you said you had to get out of here, and I've already got you 30 minutes late.
No, I'm good. I appreciate y'all. I hate to be a prima donna, but thanks for letting me jump in. She talked about the collaboratory report, so I said, let me go now. So that worked out well. All right. See y'all.
Thank you, sir. And now we're going to do Kingfish. We're changing everything around, so figure if we change one thing, we might as well change it all, right?
Good to go? Okay. Good afternoon. Oh, sorry. No, you're fine. Good afternoon. My name is Claire Pelletier. I'm one of the Kingfish leads based out of the Washington Regional Office. And with me today is Matt Doster, the other Kingfish lead based out of the Morehead City Central District Office. This is the North Carolina Fishery Management Plan Review Schedule. It was first presented to you in August of 2025, and you'll see it again tomorrow. The review of the Kingfishes FMP began in 2025, and we'll be providing some additional information about that review. This will include some background on the species and history of the Kingfishes FMP. I would like to note that this presentation is for informal purposes only, so there is no action for the Commission to take at this time. We'll start things off by reviewing the life history of kingfishes. This includes things like range, habitat, growth, and age. And then we'll talk about the commercial and recreational fisheries in North Carolina. After this, we'll discuss the management and assessment of kingfishes in North Carolina. And this will include current regulations, stock assessment history, and fishery management plan history. Then we'll move into the management triggers used to monitor the stock through the FMP. And finally, we'll discuss where we are today with the FMP review itself. Starting with life history, there are 3 species of kingfishes found in North Carolina: the southern kingfish, the northern kingfish, and the Gulf kingfish. Kingfish are known by several common or regional names, including sea mullet, whiting, roundhead, Virginia mullet, and many others you can see listed on the slide, but throughout this presentation, we'll continue to refer to them as kingfish. All 3 species of kingfish are demersal, meaning they live near and feed on the bottom. And they do show some preference for bottom type and habitat between the species. So the northern and southern kingfishes prefer mud or sand mud bottom types and can be found in estuaries or the ocean, while Gulf kingfish prefer a sandy bottom and typically stick to the surf zone. All 3 kingfish species have fairly large distributions that extend well beyond North Carolina. The southern kingfish is the most abundant species in North Carolina, with a range extending from Cape May, New Jersey, south to Argentina. Northern kingfish is the most abundant species north of North Carolina, with a range extending from the Gulf of Maine to Brazil. And Gulf kingfish is the most abundant species in the surf zone, south of Cape Hatteras, and has a range extending from Virginia to Brazil. They grow rapidly as juveniles, with some researchers reporting up to 2 millimeters of growth per day, but that growth rate will greatly decrease after their first winter of life. They do mature quickly, generally reaching maturity by their second summer. About 50% of kingfish will reach maturity by 8 1/4 inches, which we refer to as L50. You will hear this again later in the presentation. And 100% are mature by 10 inches, which we refer to as L100. In North Carolina, we see individuals as old as 7, but the majority of our age data is from fish between 0 and 4 years old. They're sexually dimorphic, meaning females are larger than males, and generally spawning occurs in the ocean from April through October, with individuals spawning multiple times throughout the spawning season. They do move seasonally, generally migrating southward and offshore in the early fall and winter. That would be post-spawning, and then moving northward and inshore in the spring prior to their next spawning season. Now we'll move into some background information about the commercial and recreational fisheries in North Carolina. I do want to note that since the 3 kingfish species are managed in aggregate, we call it the Kingfish Complex. All the data that you're looking at is for all 3 species combined. This figure shows recreational and commercial harvest in pounds from 1981 through 2024. You can see the year along the bottom of the graph and the number of pounds harvested on the left side in increments of 500,000 pounds. Commercial harvest is represented by the black bars and recreational harvest is represented by the dashed bars. As you can see, this is a primarily recreational driven fishery. You can see that commercial landings are cyclical but have generally been stable since the 80s, while recreational harvest, also showing cyclical movements, has increased and accounts for most of the harvest since at least the early 2000s. This figure shows just commercial kingfish landings in pounds from 1981 to 2024, again with the years along the bottom of the graph and the pounds harvested on the left side, but this time we have them in 200,000 pound increments. Landings have ranged from roughly 200,000 to 1.2 million pounds throughout the time series, but recently have been around 600,000 to 800,000 pounds. Most landings occur south of Cape Hatteras, less than 3 miles from shore, and in most years the majority of kingfish are landed during spring and fall, corresponding with that seasonal movement. This graph is a little bit different, but we're going to walk through it. So this shows commercial kingfish harvest in pounds divided by gear from 1994 to 2024. This covers a different range from the previous graphs, and this is just because the trip ticket program started in 1994. So prior to this, reporting of harvesting gears was voluntary. So showing you gear type after this time just provides a better representation of gears used in the fishery. Year still appears on the bottom of the graph with pounds harvested on the left, still in 200,000 pound increments. The bars show the total number of pounds harvested for the year, with the colors representing a proportion of that total. And I will point out what colors correspond to each gear type as I go through the information. Since 1994, most kingfish have been caught by ocean gillnets, which is represented by the bright green bars on the graph. Ocean gillnet harvest is followed by shrimp trawls in red, estuarine gillnets in the grayish purple, ocean trawls in yellow, long-haul seines in blue, and other fisheries in orange, which all account for comparatively small percentages of the harvest, which you can see looking at this graph that is largely bright green. The prominence of certain fisheries has also changed over time in regards to kingfish landings. Ocean gillnets make up most of the harvest as a whole, but really didn't start to show proportionally large catches until the mid-2000s. You can see the overall decrease in harvest in 2005 and the increase of the bright green bars in proportion to other colors after that. Estuarine gillnets have maintained steady catches over time, but still make up only less than 10% of the total kingfish landings. And long-haul seine harvest really started to decrease after 2010 with a decrease in participants as well. This figure shows recreational harvest from 1981 to 2024. Instead of bars, we've connected points showing the estimate of harvest in pounds, which are listed on the left in million-pound increments. The gray shading around the dark line that shows harvest just represents the 95% confidence interval of the harvest estimate. Most kingfish captured recreationally come from fishing from structures from things like piers, jetties, or bridges, along with surf fishing. But a smaller number are also captured from vessels in estuarine waters. Harvest was generally low early in the time series, but has been increasing since the early 2000s. Recently, the recreational fishery has harvested over 1.5 million pounds per year, with more than 2 million pounds harvested in 2014. And finally, the North Carolina Saltwater Fishing Tournament, also known as the Citation Program, recognizes exceptional catches of North Carolina's most popular sport fish. So when we reference citations, we are referring to the kind that anglers actually want to receive. This figure shows the number of recreational harvest citations by year, with year shown at the bottom of the graph and the number of citations shown to the left in increments of 100. Prior to May 1st of 2021, citations were awarded for kingfish greater than 1.5 pounds. Following that date, citations were awarded for kingfish greater than 2 pounds. This change was made to better reflect kingfish of exceptional size based on very high citation numbers in both 2019 and 2020. You can see the number of citations really dropped off after the change in citation requirements. Before that change, over 600 citations were awarded in 2020. As of January 1st of 2026, the minimum weight requirement for a kingfish citation has gone back to 1.5 pounds, along with an additional option of a 15-inch minimum length. This was done because of the drop in citations after the change to 2 pounds, and because the 1.5 pound mark seemed to work well previously.
Keep controlling it, that's fine. Okay. All right. Now we'll move into a discussion of management and assessment history. So currently there are no regulations directly limiting the harvest of kingfish. The only rule that directly mentions kingfish is 15A NCAC 03J.0202 shown on the screen, which allows additional harvest of kingfish from shrimp and crab trawls south of Bogue Inlet from December through March. The division completed a stock assessment for kingfish in North Carolina in 2006. The assessment was peer-reviewed and the division did not accept it for management use due to data limitations. All reviewers noted a lack of migration data to determine movement patterns and the rate of mixing for kingfishes along the North Carolina and Atlantic coast. An academic stock assessment conducted by researchers at UNCW in 2017 ran into similar limitations. A regional multi-state stock assessment approach is likely needed to best determine the stock status of kingfishes along the Atlantic coast, including North Carolina. Because a regional stock assessment is likely needed for kingfish, in 2008 and 2014, the ASMFC South Atlantic Board met to consider regional management by reviewing data on kingfishes. However, due to no major concerns with the stocks and the added workload that would be required by ASMFC staff, it was decided no further action was necessary. We'll provide additional information about kingfish stock assessments and data limitations at your August meeting. The North Carolina Kingfishes FMP was adopted in December 2007. Because of its abundance in the data available, southern kingfish was designated as the indicator species for this stock complex. The FMP was informed by a trend analysis examining fishery-dependent and fishery-independent catch per unit effort and concluded trends were increasing, there was no indication of overfishing occurring, the age structure was healthy, and numbers of large citation-sized fish were increasing. Because of this, no management changes were adopted as part of the FMP, but the FMP did implement the use of management triggers to monitor and manage the stock and establish the Director's Proclamation Authority for managing kingfish. In 2015, scheduled review of the Kingfishes FMP resulted in an information update. An information update only incorporates revisions in background information and data that do not alter the management strategies or management measures contained in the FMP and does not introduce or address new management issues. An information update refreshes the FMP with the most current statistics, trends, and research available at the time the information update is developed. The information update refined and modified the trigger analysis to better assess population trends. The changes better inform management and do not alter the basic trigger management framework. The triggers are updated annually, and if 2 triggers exceed their thresholds for 2 years in a row, further evaluation of data will occur and potential management will be considered. The next scheduled FMP review occurred in 2020, and because management targets were continuing to be met and triggers had not been exceeded, the 2020 annual FMP update fulfilled the scheduled FMP review. There are a total of 7 management triggers. The Division Pamlico Sound Trawl Survey, or Program 195, informs 2 triggers, the proportion of mature adults in June and a September Juvenile Abundance Index. The Division Independent Gillnet Survey, or Program 915, informs 1 trigger, the proportion of mature adults in July through September, with all kingfish over 7.5 inches defined as adults and using the L50 definition of maturity at 8.25 inches. and the Southeast Area Monitoring and Assessment Program, or CMAP, Coastal Trawl Survey is run by the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. This informs the last 4 triggers: the proportion of mature adults in the summer, a fall juvenile abundance index, a summer adult abundance index, and relative F, calculated by dividing North Carolina total recreational and commercial harvest by the CMAP Spring Abundance Index. This table shows trigger values calculated from 2015 through 2024. The shaded cells are those values that fell above or below those thresholds. In August 2025, the division informed the MSC that 3 triggers, the CMAP Fall Juvenile Abundance, CMAP Summer Adult Abundance, and relative F, had exceeded thresholds and triggered 2 years in a row. In accordance with the FMP, further evaluation of the data was needed to determine if management changes are needed. However, it cannot be determined whether most triggers were exceeded due to kingfish population issues or due to changes in the surveys. First, the Pamlico Sound Trawl Survey ended after 2024, so the 2 triggers based on this survey will no longer be informative until a suitable survey replacement is implemented. Second, the Independent Gillnet Survey trigger is a very conservative trigger. There are no bounds with this trigger, including any sample size limitations. If 1 kingfish was observed and that kingfish was greater than the length of L50, the proportion of mature adults would be 100%. Not only is that not helpful, but the threshold is set at 65% mature, with the lowest value ever observed by this trigger at 95%. Third, CMAP has undergone methodology changes which affect the management triggers. Starting in 2017, CMAP reduced the total number of samples, and proportionally some regions are now sampled more than others. In addition, the survey design was changed in 2023 to reorganize sampling seasons from spring, summer, and fall to longer spring and fall seasons, omitting the middle summer months entirely. The spring season now extends into June, and over the last couple of years, spring sampling has only occurred in June. The spring index informs the relative F trigger, which has triggered the last 2 years of data, 2023 and 2024, due to the extremely low value June data provides. The summer index, which has also triggered since the survey design change, has been limited to August data. The proportion of adults calculated from the survey is similar to the Independent Gillnet Survey trigger and has a very conservative value that has triggered in the past, but this proportion has swung wildly over time, with sample sizes varying from 1,400 fish in 2004 down to 12 in 2024. Lastly, the change in sampling season has changed the fall season to end in October, omitting November, the month where we typically see the highest abundance of kingfish. And again, since this change occurred, this trigger is activated every year since. So you'll hear some more information about the FMP process at a later time. But the division has been reviewing available kingfishes data to identify if there's a need for management changes. The other part of this data review is to identify what data is available to monitor and manage the stock moving forward. And because of the previously mentioned survey changes, this FMP review will remove or replace the current management triggers. We'll provide additional information about the data review to the Commission later in 2026. So that concludes our presentation. Our contact information is on the screen. If there is no Commission action today, but we are happy to answer any questions.
Yes, sir, Tom.
Thank you, guys. That was really comprehensive. I guess just one question for the future is I'd be really curious to see the recreational breakdown of shore-based versus boat. I understand that it's mostly a shore-based fishery, but it is a really popular boat fishery in recent years, so I'd be curious if there's any trends there. And also just to state that this is an extraordinarily important species recreationally and commercial in North Carolina.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. And we can definitely look into that.
Dan and Jeff, y'all want to try? I love getting y'all up here where I can pick on you. And y'all are just talking about red drum and flounder, so there won't be any conversation about that.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Dan Zaff. I'm one of the FMP coordinators based out of the Morehead City office. And with me today is Jeff Dobbs, the other FMP coordinator, also based out of Morehead City. So while part of our role is coordinating development of FMPs, that's actually not the whole entirety of our role as FMP coordinators. Once an FMP is adopted by the Commission, the work doesn't end. Essentially, our role is to work closely with species leads and other division staff to coordinate not only development of state FMPs, but also implementation. In other words, we help ensure management strategies adopted in FMPs are implemented, particularly when implementation occurs over a longer term, not just immediately after an FMP is adopted. So today, we'll provide you an update on recently adopted FMPs with ongoing implementation and a status update for plans currently under review. This information is similar to what has been presented to you at previous commission meetings, but it'll be a little bit shorter because you're getting separate presentations on a number of different species. So this presentation covers FMPs with ongoing implementation steps and FMPs currently under review, but will be shorter than previous versions, as I just said. There are 5 FMPs with ongoing implementation steps to update you on. This presentation won't review implementation of spotted sea trout and oyster FMPs because you'll hear specific presentations about them tomorrow. We won't be covering hard clam Amendment 3 implementation, other than to remind the Commission that the adopted management strategy phases out mechanical clam harvest after the 2027-2028 season. We will be covering Striped Bass Amendment 2 adaptive management and the Gulf Flounder season implemented under Amendment 4 to the Southern Flounder FMP. We'll be providing information about Southern Flounder and Red Drum FMPs today. We'll also be providing some additional information about the Kingfishes FMP review process, and obviously you just heard some additional background information about Kingfishes. You'll be receiving an update about the blue crab stock assessment tomorrow, so we won't cover that here. And we'll finish this presentation by providing you information about the annual FMP review, which will be presented to you in your August meeting. So we'll start with striped bass. As we described at your February meeting, there were management changes for striped bass in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers in 2026. These changes were made via the Adaptive Management Framework adopted in Amendment 2 to the Striped Bass FMP, which was developed jointly with the Wildlife Resources Commission. The changes were implemented in response to analysis showing factors other than fishing mortality and inadequate spawning stock abundance are preventing sustainability of the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse River striped bass stocks. The changes were implemented via DMF Proclamation Authority and WRC temporary rulemaking and included only allowing recreational harvest in the coastal, joint, and inland fishing waters and commercial harvest in the coastal and joint fishing waters upstream of the gill net distance from shorelines in the Tar, Pamlico, and Neuse rivers, which are indicated by the blue lines on this map. And just to note, the open coastal fishing waters are indicated by the red hashed areas on this map. The open joint waters, which are only in the Neuse River, are in blue on this map, and the open inland fishing waters are shown in gray. The open season was from April 1 through April 30, and the recreational and commercial possession limit was 1 fish per person per day, with a harvest slot limit of 18 to 22 inches or a fish greater than 27 inches total length. Only allowing harvest in these areas during the month of April was done to allow limited harvest of stock striped bass and minimize potential harvest of Albemarle Roanoke stock striped bass that reside in parts of these rivers during certain times of year. So how did the season go? So just remember that the intent of the shortened season was to limit harvest of striped bass below previous levels, which averaged around 9,800 fish harvested recreationally per year from 2014 through 2018, and then the commercial fishery had been constrained by a 25,000 pound commercial quota. The other intent of the season was to concentrate harvest on stocked fish. So during the 1-month season, the Division Coastal Angling Program, in partnership with the Wildlife Resources Commission, conducted the anadromous creel survey in the estuarine and upper regions of the Tarpam, Lagoon, Neuse rivers. And I just want to reiterate that this survey is separate from MRIP, which allows us to more quickly turn around estimates from this survey. So all credit to the CAP program on this. Andrew Valmasoy, Brad Johnson, and Jeff Moore, they worked really hard to turn these estimates around and have something for us to present to y'all today. So thanks to them. Estimated harvest during this open season was 367 fish, but this estimate has high uncertainty because fishing effort was highly variable by time and location. The upper bound of the confidence intervals around this estimate is 1,056 fish, which is lower than the harvest range we were trying to maintain. So even though the estimate is uncertain, the objective to constrain harvest was achieved. In addition, all striped bass harvested during the open season were required by law to be reported via mandatory harvest reporting. Reports from April indicate 42 striped bass were reported during the open season. But keep in mind, the mandatory harvest reporting data has not been through any quality control procedures at this point, and requirements have only been in place for a few months. This is the first striped bass season that's been open under the mandatory harvesting requirements, and at this point, the only penalty for noncompliance is a verbal warning. All commercially harvested striped bass in North Carolina are required to be tagged at the point of landing. While final commercial harvest numbers are not currently available, an initial count of tags indicates 62 striped bass were commercially harvested during the open season. The division also collected 7 fin clips for genetic analysis from striped bass encountered during creel surveys and fish house sampling. And what these fin clips allow us to do is identify whether a striped bass was stocked or of wild origin. So these fin clips, along with additional fin clips that were collected during fishery independent sampling conducted by the division, have been sent for analysis with results anticipated by October 31st, 2026. So results of this fin clip analysis and the harvest estimates that we have from the season will be used to inform management decisions for the season in 2027.
All right, thank you, Dan. Next, we'll discuss Southern Flounder Amendment 4 implementation. So as part of adaptive management, Amendment 4 allows for a spring Gulf flounder season. The division opened a Gulf flounder season March 9th to the 22nd. The season was limited to ocean waters south of Ocracoke Inlet to reduce incidental catch of summer and southern flounder. The weather was unseasonably cold for this time period. This resulted in low levels of observed effort and catch. And the division will reevaluate season timing next year within the bounds of Amendment 4, which is limited to March 1st through April 15th. I've lost my mouse. The mouse is not working. Oh, now it's working. Okay. Thank you. So is, we're good. Sorry for that. So the issue will be addressed more comprehensively in Amendment 5. I'll now transition to discussing plans that are currently under review. Here's the FMP review schedule showing review of the Southern Flounder, Red Drum, and Kingfishes FMPs are currently underway. Our first plan under review is Southern Flounder. In February, the DEQ Secretary approved broadening the scope of Amendment 5 to allow harvest levels to be changed in response to planned state-level stock assessments and interim indicator analyses. A draft of Amendment 5 is being finalized by the division for the Southern Flounder FMP AC. And solicitation for the FMP Advisory Committee membership occurred March 27th to April 10th. During the solicitation period, the division received 98 applications from advisors. The MFC chair will review the list of applicants and appoint members of the public to serve on the FMPAC, including scientists and participants in the recreational and commercial fisheries from throughout the state. The FMPAC workshop that was scheduled to occur in June at the Carteret Community College in Morehead City is being rescheduled for a later date to allow for a more thorough process by the division staff. At the workshop, the advisory committee will review and provide input on content and management options included in Draft Amendment 5. The AC workshop is open to the public, but will not include public comment period. Any public that does attend is encouraged to share thoughts and discuss issues with staff and advisors during scheduled breaks. Following the FMP AC workshop, the division will incorporate AC input into a second draft. Once this is complete, the draft will be brought to the MFC to approve it for public and AC comment. Next, I'll move on to Red Drum. The scheduled review of the state Red Drum FMP began in 2025. Development of the state FMP was delayed until ASMFC could adopt Addendum 2 to Amendment 2 to the Interstate FMP for Red Drum. The division has identified an initial list of topics to bring out for scoping, and this is just a starting point for discussion with the public and will be adjusted based on input during the scoping period. The division will hold 5 scoping meetings in June. They are tentatively planned to occur in Manio, Morehead City, Wilmington, New Bern, and Raleigh, with at least one meeting including a virtual option for members of the public who cannot attend a scoping meeting in person.
All right, so you just heard about Kingfish, but this will be a little bit about the process for the FMP review. So scheduled review of the Kingfishes FMP began in 2025. As part of the FMP review, the species leads are evaluating available fishery independent and fishery dependent and biological data to examine abundance trends, age, and length structure. The analysis is being conducted is similar to what was presented to you at your November 2025 meeting for southern flounder. So results from this analysis will inform any potential management changes. Results will also be presented to the MFC later in 2026. The FMP review will also remove or replace the current FMP management triggers, and this change is needed because of survey changes limiting the usefulness of current triggers to inform kingfish population trends, which our kingfish leads just described to you in more detail. So when the data evaluation is complete, the division will schedule a scoping period, which will likely occur in fall of 2026. So the next thing to discuss is the annual FMP review. The annual FMP review is conducted every year and is a compilation of reviews for state-managed species and federal and ASMFC managed species where North Carolina has direct involvement in the FMP. Division staff are currently preparing updates for 12 state-managed species or species groups, 21 species or species groups managed by ASMFC or the federal councils, and 1 species, sheepshead, managed by North Carolina Marine Fisheries Commission rule. Management of false albacore by an NCMFC rule is pending, but is also included in the annual FMP update. Every spring, species leads review and analyze available recreational, commercial, fishery-dependent, and fishery-independent data. Each species review includes a summary of management, life history, and stock assessment information, and allows division biologists the opportunity to review data and fishery trends to assess management based on the most current information. One function of the review is to recommend changes to the FMP schedule if one is identified and needed. But the annual FMP review has also been used to fulfill the requirement of the 5-year review when no management changes are needed. And this fulfills the statutory requirements to review plans once every 5 years. Most notably, past 5-year reviews of kingfishes, red drum, and bay scallop were completed using the annual FMP review. So annual reviews involve a tremendous amount of work from species biologists and staff throughout the division, but the reviews serve an important purpose in reviewing and implementing management. Reviews will be presented to the MFC at your August business meeting, and that presentation will cover an overview of updates as well as any recommended schedule changes if any are identified. Finally, I'll finish by mentioning that review of the blue crab and bay scallop FMPs will begin later this year. As a review of those plans progresses, we'll provide additional information to the Commission. You'll be hearing more about progress on the blue crab stock assessment tomorrow. Completion of that assessment is tentatively anticipated later this year, and at that time, the division will recommend and the MFC will consider whether Amendment 3 adaptive management or the scheduled FMP review, which will take at least 2 years, will be used to address assessment results. So contact information for Jeff and I is on the screen. Again, our role is to work with species leads and other division staff to coordinate development and implementation of FMPs. If you have species-specific questions, a list of division species leads and their contact information is maintained on our website, which you can access using the QR code on the screen, and we will take any questions.
Yes, sir, Ray.
One, just an observation or point. On striped bass, 357 fish harvested, only 42 on mandatory harvest reporting. That's 12%, so relatively low. So maybe a little frustration on that. Leading to the next question, on flounder, what was the mandatory harvest on the spring flounder season? I know that the weather and effort was low, but how many fish were actually harvested according to the harvest report?
Yeah, not many.
I mean, do we have a number? I mean, it should be pretty easy to look and see a number.
Yeah, I think we had some not serious reports as well, so it's difficult to put a number on exactly how many were seriously submitted, but I could get you that exact number. Maybe someone knows in here. I don't have that number offhand.
Yes, sir.
Dan, you and I talked earlier this week, and I mentioned that there were some issues that I had interest in seeing in the FMP, the Southern Flounder FMP. You suggested this might be a good time to bring it to the attention of division. So if I may do that, I was going to ask if staff and the ACs would consider identifying potentially missing sources of fishing mortality or sources that have not been included in past FMPs, and sort of provide information about available data for those sources, any information about why the data were used or were not used in past FMPs. Not a literature review. I don't want to create a ton of work, but just sort of a review of available literature to describe the sort of quality of the data and how it might be used or why it wouldn't be used in the FMP. Some of the sources I'm thinking about, and I'm talking to other folks that are thinking about, but not limited to these, would be fishing mortality from crab pot bycatch, maybe an increase in recreational flounder gigging, and a lack of reporting in MRIP because of nighttime, because MRIP is not reporting it, collecting nighttime data, shrimp trawl bycatch, latent license, fishing mortality, and other sources that we may not have thought of. And you know, if it's an unimportant source of data or if there's very little literature, maybe there's not a lot of information about it. But just some review so that we can understand where the other sources of mortality might be.
And I think you were maybe referring to the stock assessment, or do you mean within the fishery management plan?
Fishery management plan, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And, well, that would inform the the stock assessment, or that would sort of be, the stock assessment would be described in the FMP, correct?
Yep. So the new FMP, we're looking at ways to optimize. We have a list of topics, and we're looking at ways to optimize the fishery. It's all based on the motion from 2024 to increase recreational access while maintaining rebuilding requirements. So we wouldn't really be trying to investigate the quality of the inputs from the previous stock assessment, but most certainly, as we look forward to conducting a state level assessment, we're going to try to include all of these removals from the fishery. But we can describe how we've used them in the past and what our plan is moving forward. We can absolutely do that.
For example, the crab pot fishing mortality, I know that hasn't been included in the past, and there's not a lot of data, but if that could just be referenced in the FMP and whatever data are available could be at least described in some manner and some explanation of why, whether it could be used or what would be necessary for it to be, if it were likely to be a significant source of mortality, what sort of data would be necessary to be included in the stock assessment.
And I think I've told William this before, but when we did the terrapin study, we pulled 100 pots a day with an 11 marsh throat in them, and 100 pots a day, so it's 200 a day total with a 14 marsh throat, to see if we could use 11 marsh throat for a terrapin excluder. And they decided when we first started, the lady that was doing the study said, well, why don't we keep up with flounder while we're doing it, and it'll just be an added option, something we can tack on. So after 6 days on my boat and we caught one flounder, she said, don't worry about it, it ain't worth trying to keep up with it. So, that's my knowledge of, and there are some times where we catch more than that in them, but it was pretty much, she didn't even want to try to present it at that time. She was like, it ain't worth it. But anyway, go ahead, Tom.
Thank you, guys. I think when we're talking about flounder here, I just want to state that, looking at the next FMP, it'd be really important to see a real data breakdown of the ocean catches recreationally. What percentage of the total of it is, how many pounds, where they're caught, the best of the ability of the division to look at that. So I'm sure I've stated that before when we had that discussion. I just wanted to state it here again.
All right, thank you, guys. Hey, everybody is going to get a little break before public comment. Look at there. That's amazing, isn't it, Kat?
That's amazing.
All right, so we're going to start our public comment. And the first one here is Bert Owens.
He's not here anymore.
Did he leave or is he coming back?
I don't think he's coming back.
Okay, all right. If he does, I'll give him another opportunity. Perfect. And so we don't have Jesse with the little red flag, so if while you're talking you hear somebody say you got 30 seconds, that's the old style. Stuart Creighton. While I'm sitting there looking at you talking to you, you might as well come on up.
You're going about warning for 30 seconds. Y'all know I can't do that. But I will try. Okay. Commissioners, good evening. The first thing I want to comment on this evening is that you are scheduled to vote on a notice of text to advance the proposed new regulations on Atlantic bonita, and I fully support placing the recommended guidelines in the rule. A 5 fish per person per day limit is both reasonable and practical. Doing so will go a long way in keeping this increasingly important fishery one that is truly world class. I applaud this commission for having the forethought to be proactive on this issue. Next, I would like to ask the MFC to consider the following issues that are not currently on the agenda, but they do require, I think, immediate action. We do have an invasive species problem with blue catfish in the Albemarle Sound region. Do we have any kind of grip on what that is doing to that regional ecosystem? How will we address that moving forward? I fully believe that we have missed the boat with the recent changes to striped bass management enacted last August. It makes little sense to say that we are actively trying to save the ASMA population, yet return gill nets to regions that those fish are known to visit. If these fish are as transient in our coastal ecosystem as recent studies indicate, then it's almost certain that the current population levels in the CSMA have been underrepresented. There is also a significant problem with the density of oyster leases, in and around Stump Sound in Onslow and Pender counties. How will the DMF and MFC respond to this problem that is only going to get worse? Similarly, you have a growing concern with the rash of pound net permits that you are allowing in the West and Long Bay areas. In the past 3 years, it's been something like 20 pound net requests. In proper numbers, these gears are acceptable. However, when allowed to reach a density such as has been currently allowed, problems will certainly increase. Then finally, with respect to the blue crab stock assessment update, it's ultimately a case of pay me now or pay me later. The rapidly decreasing numbers of both spawning stock biomass of female crabs and the closely related poor recruitment into the stock are very alarming. The division's recommendation to reduce harvest by 20% now is appropriate, for it will help to minimize the declines that are being observed. Failing to act will only result in deeper cuts, as we have recently seen with southern flounder. If these trends verify when the benchmark stock assessment is published, and they likely will, crabbers will be faced with probably a 40 to 50% harvest reduction. As contentious as the proposed 20% reduction is now, can you imagine the reaction when harvest has to be cut by as much as 50% in another 2 years? Thank you.
You made it. You made it. You said you weren't going to make it.
I cut half of it.
Donald Willis.
Thank you for hearing me here. Thank you for all the commissioners and your taking time out of your life to come here and do this. And thanks to the marine fisheries people for their hard work. I'm here to put my full support behind the bonita vote that you're going to have tomorrow. I see this as a very important thing to step in front of this fishery. People will tell you, well, we don't know how many fish are there. We don't have a stock assessment. Well, it's a good time when you don't know. It's a good time to put some guardrails up, to put a little protection on these fish before they're overexploited. How many times have we seen that by the time we did a stock assessment, they were already overexploited, and we really harmed them, and it took a long time to bring them back. I think this is a wise thing to do, preventive measures, being a little conservative. I'd love to see us be more proactive than reactive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Donald. Paul Ingersoll? Ingersoll? Paul Ingersoll? Nope. Okay. Tim Hergenrader?
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak this evening. Appreciate y'all being here. I'm a part-time recreational fisherman and a full-time conservationist. I live in Pamlico County. I also support the Bonita 5-fish limit that's being proposed to vote tomorrow. I hope you vote for that. Get in front of it before problems start. Too many times we wait till it's too late. Witness the flounder all these years and what happened there. I think the same thing applies to the blue crab. I mean, that is what the most, that is well worth getting in front of it, like we heard. Get in front of it and get 20% reduction. There's going to be some hell raised if you go to 40. There's no doubt about that. I know the DMF is proposing it. I don't know why we can't get it done. I admit it, I don't fish for them, but I do appreciate them as a creature that we have to take care of. They're worth their own concern. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Martin DeGreen?
Thanks, everybody. I know there's a vote on Bonita tomorrow, and I agree with everything said preceding me, but I want to talk a little bit about the striped bass right here outside these doors in the Trent and the Neuse, but also in the watersheds of the Tar Pamlico and in the Roanoke Shawan. We have not had a new fish stocked in the Neuse since 2023. Nor has the folks there in Little Washington in the Tar Pamlico. Through attrition, the stock has declined. I don't think there's too much argument about that, and some people feel that they moved further upriver and they're not doing that badly, but my own experience is I've been catching less and less ever since the stocking stopped. This year so far I've only got 8 fish, and I fish out there pretty regularly. Many years prior to 2024, I was getting 300 to 500 fish per year, mostly in the Neuse. Some really good fishing, spectacular at times, but not anymore. Just a short walk from here, we have a newly built city fishing pier. It's just to the left of the restaurant there called Persimmons, so it's a very short walk from here if anyone cares to look at it. It was well done, and I'm sure very pricey, but you rarely see people fishing there because no one's catching fish, by and large. It's really quite underused, which is a shame because it was only completed last year. Now, the one place where you do have a great chance of catching stripers is in the area that's still getting the fish, okay? So at the Federal Hatchery in Edenton, they're still getting all the fish, as far as I know, that are hatched there. And so there's plenty of fish in that area, including the Albemarle and Croatan Sounds. But it's a very different story if you go south of there in the next 2 estuaries. I'd like to see us start getting fish right away. I understand that is in the planning, but I think it's very unfair what was done. If you look at the tax basis of the 3 watersheds, I submit there's a whole lot more people taking advantage of the resource in the Neuse and the Tar Pamlico than there is north in the Roanoke Shawan, which mostly is Edenton and very little else. But
30 seconds.
we have a much bigger population here, a much bigger tax base. These fish need to get here. There really ought to be some makeup. We ought to make up for the deficiency that we've had in the last several years, because it's not fair, and a lot of people are upset about it, and we have guides that livelihood depends on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that's everybody on my list. Does anybody want to speak that hasn't? All right, with that, that ends the public comment, and we'll take a break until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. where we'll do public comment once again. Thank you, everybody.